What's up? Untraceable. No, it's not on pay-per-view. It's on DAZN. Get my stream set up. No, it's on DAZN. What up, Alex? Got Duarte with the dub. I think he's the favorite, actually. I think he's the favorite tonight. I'll have to check. What's up, y'all? How's y'all Saturday going? A little sneaky Saturday night. Kind of a hardcore boxing fight Saturday. No special effects, just straight up boxing in Chicago, right? Oscar Duarte, Kenneth Sims. Alright. What up, Flubber? What's up? Alright, cool. I think I got my stuff going together. Alright, cool. Almost done. Alright. Great Saturday. Hope yours is too. Awesome, man. All right, cool. Let me Switting Pasta, what's up, dog? All right, let me drop this music out and switch over real quick. What's going on, everybody, my people? It's Ron Goodall here at FightHype.com, ready for another fight Saturday. Pretty much a hardcore boxing card. We got a Golden Boy card out in Chicago. Oscar Duarte, if you guys have been wondering who is that guy, that's the guy that fought Ryan Garcia and almost actually beat him until he got stopped. And that's his only loss is to Ryan Garcia. And then we got Kenneth Sims, aka I believe Boss Man. Coming off of a lot of great wins. It's pretty much a 140 division. That's pretty much stacked and loaded in talent. Pretty much the winner of this gets to be presented potentially on a world championship fight. In addition to that, we also got Regis Prograis making his Golden Boy debut against Jojo Diaz. And I get my fight coming up. Fight clock. I think that's already starting right now. Let me get this going. Cool. I think it's Yair. Right. Next. Boom. But what's going on, y'all? How's y'all Saturdays going? Duarte lost a tooth against Ryan. Is that true? Did he really? I don't know how true that is. Is that what he said? Let me move this over real quick. Awesome. So just giving you guys a straight up, this is going to be a long lineup of fights. I think we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 fights before the main event, right? And in addition to that, our co-main is going to be Regis Prograis versus Jojo Diaz. So it'll be an appetizing do or die co-main event that we'll be pretty much be waiting for. And the winner of that gets to progress. The loser of that probably is going to see probably the last big opportunity of a big fight. So that is a must win for either or, especially Regis Prograis. But I don't expect a lot of drama tonight, man. I'm expecting the favorites to kind of win. The only one that I'm kind of having a toss-ups between the main event, right? Duarte and Sims, both rough and tough guys. I think Duarte is the favorite. I'm going to look it up. What up, dog? What's up, man? Ryan's good, though. Oscar won't lose a tooth again. Damn, so he really did lose. He really did. It's been so long ago since I watched that fight. So many Many loose teeth. Duarte still beats in my book. Yeah, what up, Adrian? Yeah, I think Duarte is the favorite. I'm going to go check right now. J-Lex, my guy Smiley, a.k.a. What's up, dog? Yeah, man. In between, too, by the way, I'm going to be watching a little bit of Evo, right? I'm going to introduce you guys on the side a little bit of that. I know some of you guys won't be really super interested, but I do want to get you guys hip to that. Evo is pretty much the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. I'll show little glimpses of it. I got co-streaming rights to do it, so I'll definitely be sharing that on my side screen a little bit. You guys see what I'm talking about. But let me see. Oscar, Duarte, Kenneth Sims odds. Yeah, Duarte. What is it? Odds. Odd makers think there's a 58% chance Duarte wins, giving Sims a 42% chance to win. Okay, so Duarte is a slight favorite. Yep, it's on film. Damn, I gotta go look that up. Regis folds under pressure. Jojo pulls it off. Wow, you think Jojo Diaz? Man, I'm picking Regis, but maybe Regis is kind of washed. 51-49 Regis. I thought you was watching along with us. Not the zone. What up? What up, Trav? I am going to be watching the fights with you guys. I won't be able to show the footage of the fights because the zone's not going to allow us, because it would be considered a copyright strike. But when I am, what up, Gio? It's going to be on DAZN. It's on DAZN right now. Let me change these rounds real quick. This is going to kind of make you laugh a little bit, but like I said, on the side, I do have something called Evo, right? Evolution is pretty much the biggest fighting game tournament, right? And I don't know about you guys, if you guys ever watched any form or played anything like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken, Soul Calibur. I'm sure everyone's played some sort of form of fighting games, right? In Vegas right now, they got the biggest fighting game tournament where the best players, it's kind of like the Olympics, right? So, but I'll occasionally put that in between as intermissions. And I'll be calling the fights right now. But yeah, Yair looks pretty good right now. Yair is in full control. I mean, I think his opponent's 38 years old. Yair is definitely a guy that's starting out his career. I think he's like 3-0. Looks very strong, look very powerful. Pretty much a guy that I think recently just signed with Golden Boy. The first round, he looked like he was doing really good. So I'll be interested to see how this fight plays out. I don't think the fight's going to go to distance the way that he's been attacking him. Yeah, that's pretty much what I can't really do. Sims by decision. Okay, respect. What makes you, 619, what makes you think Kenneth Sims pulls it off? Because the bookies has him as a slight underdog. And I really have it as a coin flip. Yeah, Yair's winning. Prosper. What time do they fight? So we got four fights before the main event. So you got plenty of time to get hit and get ready for it. Yep. Hold on, my chat. Let me get my chat fixed real quick. All right, perfect. You know, one thing that is very interesting is that they're both signed to Golden Boy. Oscar Duarte is essentially a guy that I would assume that if Kenneth Sims was going to fight him, it would be somewhere like in Duarte's backyard. But this fight is actually in Chicago, which is Kenneth Sims' backyard. So the underdog has the hometown advantage going into this fight. And it makes me wonder, is that going to play a factor into Kenneth Sims, you know, being at home, fighting? Is he going to be distracted by it? I know he trains out in Las Vegas, so it's not like he's a resident. I don't think he's a resident out in Chicago. I think he's a resident in Vegas. So for the most part, this fight at home could potentially be a huge distraction for him or something that motivates the underdog. So, you know, they're both coming off really solid wins. I mean, if I pull up Kenneth Sims' resume, right? I'm going to pull this up real quick. I mean, Kenneth Sims beating Akhmedov out in Vegas was a really impressive win, honestly, because Akhmedov gave Mario Barros a lot of trouble. He actually fought Alberto Puello as well. And his only central couple losses was to Oscar Duarte, Mario Barros, and Alberto Puello. And this was Mario Barros at 140. And Akhmedov was actually teeing off and may have potentially really hurt Mario Barros in that fight. So now with Oscar Duarte, let me pull him up. Not to mention he trains and spars with Crawford. Yeah, he does. Trains with a lot of guys too. I think he sparred Devin as well. He sparred a lot of good quality work. And he also has a win against Elvis Rodriguez too. So Oscar Duarte also, like I said, I mean, he was the first person I think was able to stop Jojo Diaz. He was able to beat Akhmedov in an action-packed fight. And I couldn't remember how this fight ended. Like, I don't know if it was a funky knockout or whatnot, but he was able to stop Medueno, according to BoxRec. And I remember that was an action-packed fight, which Keyshawn Davis used to always say Medueno was a tough guy that would come forward over and over and over and over. And it took a lot of Keyshawn's punches. So the fact that Oscar Duarte was able to get a KO regardless of, I can't remember how it was. But, you know, this is a solid guy, a group of guys. Plus Ryan Garcia, he was actually kind of winning that fight until he got stopped. So, and that's the only person that stopped him with a good left hook. So I think he had a loss earlier, right, Adrian? So this was early in his career, but he's on a great solid run of fights. So Kenneth Sims, Oscar Duarte is a hell of a main event for us boxing fans. It's not a mainstream fight, of course, but it's definitely one of those fights that's going to shape up the 140 division. Yeah, Barros had to work for that W. Yeah. Facts. To be honest with you, I thought Mario really needed that 12 knockdown to really even get a fair shake of it, you know, to the judges because, you know, it was not looking good for Mario Barros in that second half. Duarte's going to win. I see a lot of Duartes. I think Duarte right now in the polls is a 58. 34 is Kenneth Sims. We got 107 votes. So, yeah, Oscar Duarte for sure is the favorite tonight. Kenneth's getting that dub. I'm going to miss Keyshawn, man. Tank not so much. You know, I really don't know what is going on with the Keyshawn situation. Like, I've been meaning, after he went live, I've been meaning to want to go call him or text him to kind of ask. You know, it seemed like it was kind of cryptic a little bit, the live. And I don't want to make any assumptions by all means, but, you know, he kind of said like he's somewhat retiring. It might as well be retired. He made stuff like ask his promoter. You know, he might not fight for a while. So I don't really know what he meant by those type of things when I was in his live yesterday. So I do probably try. I probably will try to reach out, maybe to ask for an interview or something, or get some clarification because it is very cryptic. He's probably suspended for a long time. I mean, people miss weight all the time. So, like, to be suspended for a long time for missing weight, like, by 4 pounds. I never really heard of a fighter being suspended for, what, a year for missing weight? He also said, if y'all want to see me, go talk to y'all people. See, like, I really feel like there's more to the story. I really don't know. I know that Top Rank right now doesn't have a network, a major network deal or a network deal that they've talked about. So, I mean, I know tonight Top Rank actually has a card that is actually going on. I think it's on like some sort of app for $20 you can pay for the fight, but just for their fighters to stay active and stay busy. But really, to be honest with you, I really don't know what the whole Keyshawn situation is. Reading between the lines, that's what I get. He's suspended and can't do nothing. Might be suspended potentially for oh, well, no, but they beat that dude up in the locker room. You forgot? Yeah, I mean, you're making a good case by, you know, the concept, but I've heard mixed stories between both sides. So I've talked to people from Keyshawn's side and I've talked to people from Albright's side, and they're both completely two different stories. So obviously I was at the fight, but I wasn't actually at the scene of the crime or both scuffles. So can't really speak on it. I can only go off what people says. But yeah, like you said, allegedly. What up, Base Chad? What's up, dog? Is Tank a Hall of Famer in your opinion? You know, if I had like a well, this is how Hall of Fame situations work, right? Like you get put on a ballot and your competition is really who's on the ballot. And if your ballot that you have is pretty weak, you have a higher chance being in there. But if you're on the ballot and there's guys like Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, Canelo Alvarez, Inoue, Terrence Crawford, Roy Jones, like Usyk, like if your ballot that you're competing with is on that, you're probably not getting in. But if your ballot's pretty weak when you're actually qualified to be in the Hall of Fame, there's a huge chance that you can get in. And that's pretty much how that stuff works. It just depends on the people that you have to go against. But by just accomplishments alone, do I feel like he has a case to be in it? I mean, it's subjective. I mean, I don't really think his resume screams Hall of Fame. I don't really see a resume. His resume right now is telling me like he has to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, accolades, he's been fighting in multiple different divisions. I know that it's controversial how he's won his titles and what's valid and what's not and who he's beaten. But, personally, I really wouldn't put him as a first ballot Hall of Famer, let alone really think too deep about him being in the Hall of Fame at this point. He's relatively young. He hasn't fought his contemporaries, really. I think there's a lot of work that he still needs to do before I can actually consider him a for sure thing in the Hall of Fame. But I do enjoy his fights. I think he's talented. I think he has a case to beat all his guys, like all his rivals, right? I think he has a case to beat Shakur and Devin and Tio and all those guys. It's just yet to be seen or yet to happen. So, and that goes amongst like a lot of those guys, they still have to have a couple fights to really put themselves in a shoe-in. Boxing is a lot of half-truths. It's greedy and cruel business. For sure, for sure. What made you bring that up? Man, Yair's teeing off on Rackin'. I'm a Keyshawn fan. He's great for boxing. Oh, you're talking about the Keyshawn thing. My bad, Squid Ink. It took me a minute. He has a nice resume, but I don't think... not yet. Yeah, I don't think so. I want Roach and Russell and Shakur and Roach and Russell next. Yeah, there's a lot of fights. Like, Tank has to fight Lamont Roach next. If not, then he has to fight like a Shakur, or he has to fight like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many other guys that Tank needs to still fight, really, for me to really, 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 really start considering him as a Hall of Fame kind of. Yeah, Yair is destroying this guy right now. I'm not going to lie. A lot of these undercards in this Golden Boy card, it should be at showcase fights. So I don't know if I'm going to be superly invested unless I see an upset. But for the most part, the main event, the co-main event, they're going to hold my interest. And occasionally, like I said, I'm going to show some Evo footage on the side. Kind of been able to work and collab with them to co-stream. I'm going to do the grand finals tomorrow. I did a little bit yesterday. This right here is pretty much the Olympics of fighting games. The best fighting game players from Tekken to Street Fighter to Mortal Kombat. Like, I pretty much have an abundance of streams right here. So in between downtime, like this is Marvel vs. Capcom. I'm sure all you guys have played some good fighting games, but in between me calling the fights, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing. And tomorrow will be the grand finals where I'm going to be streaming the best fighting game players of all the games like Street Fighter and all of them tomorrow. So if you guys are interested, that'll be going down tomorrow. Only if Tank's trainer thought like we can get those fights. I mean, it's not really about his trainer, right? I think it's more of the business, right? Because his handlers obviously want to make sure that he's in positions to make the most amount of money while presenting entertaining fights, and then also attempting to create some sort of accolades and accomplishments. He's a high value fighter that presents a lot of pay-per-view revenue. So like you have to match make intelligently. At the same time, you don't want your commodity to get beat, which is corny, right? But it's a business, but everyone does it. What up, Caesar? My man got the Dave Chappelle Prince game blouses. Tank retired. I mean, from his trainer Kenny Ellis, he said that he hasn't retired. So, I mean, I've been around a lot of his other trainers like Barry Hunter. I mean, I haven't heard anything about Tank being retired. So, if anything, I'm hearing that he's going to fight in the fall. Potentially, the fights are going to pretty much move later down at the end of the year. But we'll see, because I know a lot of personal things have happened so far this year with Tank. So, but I'm pretty sure that Tank is going to fight by the end of this year. The whole retire stuff is not true at all. Keyshawn Sosa, what up, X? Keyshawn Sosa just past few months have debut and now retire. Anyway, hey Ron, what's up, dog? Yeah, man. I mean, he apologized for a lot of the situations. I mean, he claimed that they didn't jump or whatever the situation has happened, but however, he still apologized for the idea of going to the locker room because he should have never went in there. The way that he reacted or responded to the loss of his brother losing an eye ear, he took accountability of it. He also said that his reaction to Abdullah Mason was probably extreme, is how he felt. Just kind of went through all that, but that live was pretty cryptic. You know what I mean? There was a lot of stuff in that live that really has had me sitting and thinking like there might be more than just him quote saying he's potentially retiring. I think, you know, I might have to make a couple phone calls to try to understand like what's going on. But yeah, man, a lot of unfortunate mistakes was made in Norfolk because, you know, that was supposed to be his true coming out as a world champion in his hometown against an opponent that a lot of boxing fans was interested in. And, you know, we never got that. You know, I went down to Norfolk to cover and watch that fight. It never happened. So he's always in place to make the most, bro. He's the A side against anybody from 135, 140. Man, he's the A side from 135, 140, and everyone but one person at 147, and that's Manny Pacquiao, of course. But, you know, he has the options there, so to fight almost anybody, and that's just what happens. Of course, Tank is a Hall of Famer, no doubt about it. You think so, Patron? I think he has the potential to be a Hall of Famer, right? Like, if he retired today, Patron, would you say he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? Like, if he retired this year, let's say Crawford retired this year, like after the Canelo fight. Let's say Usyk retires in a year or two. Let's say Inoue retired. Like, would Tank get in the Hall of Fame over those guys? You know, Lomachenko retired this year. Would Lomachenko get in over Tank? Would Tank get over Lomachenko? So that's what I'm thinking, right? I think he has the potential to really be in the Hall of Fame without a doubt, with no questions asked. I think he's just shy of a couple fights, you know, because you got to have a couple of those marquee fights with your rivals, you know what I mean? Like, you got to have some serious signature wins. And I'm not saying that Tank hasn't had great accomplishments in the sport or fought opponents that have, you know, like solid resumes, but really at the end of the day, I think he's shy of a couple fights for being a for sure first ballot Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? Like, undeniable, like, can't question him if he's going against pretty much a stacked group on a ballot. If he's on a weak ballot, you know, he has a higher case, but on a strong ballot, I don't think so. But that's just my opinion. Crawford needs to fight Young Bucks at their prime for me to consider him better than Mayweather. I mean, it's going to be really hard for me to place anyone in this era over Mayweather. I mean, Usyk has done incredible stuff, but to really think about it, Floyd has been consistent since the age of 21 to, you know, damn near almost 40. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying what Usyk... Oh, good body shot. Yair drops Rankin. I think it was a body shot. But the body work of Floyd, the amount of world champions, him being a 5-division world champion, beating young bucks like Canelo, like kind of like you mentioned, right? Kind of already doing what you're asking to do, but Floyd did it at a point where it was just extremely risky, just like how Crawford's doing it, and he succeeded. You know, he's fought, let me think, he's beat essentially 2 guys that people think were capable of being nominated for Fighter of the Decade. You know what I mean? Like Manny Pacquiao, Canelo Alvarez, Oscar De La Hoya, Yeah, Yair is just destroying this guy, man. Yeah, I didn't really expect too much out of this fight. Base chat says Tank's wins aren't aging well. Barr is going to draw with an old Pacquiao. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of unfair to kind of say stuff like that because like Pacquiao is a legend. I actually picked Pacquiao to win that fight. Um, I'm on record for saying I think Pacquiao would beat him, but Tank started his career as a 130 pounder. Barnes is relatively a big guy, and just because a fighter has a questionable win or loss or draw in this case later in their career doesn't really take away like that win. You know what I mean? But it does kind of destroy in hindsight the potential what Mario Barrios' ceiling is, right? A guy that can't really get over the hump against marquee guys like Thurman and Pacquiao and Tank himself. So it does kind of hurt him in that way. But I think because Tank still jumped up weight and fought relatively a big guy, I mean, it's still considered impressive in that fashion. But it isn't the best win, I think, on Tank's resume. Caesar, so basically, he's going to beat Canelo. Amen, Chad. But we knew that. That's why he dropped back down and never went to 140. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's a small guy. Like, Tank is very small. Like, if he gets in a ring against any of these opponents, T.O., Devin, Keyshawn, everyone, they consider Tank a midget. So you have to kind of, I guess, put in perspective that Tank is fighting guys that are larger than him. Even Lamont Roach is bigger than him. You know what I mean? Actually, I think Tank started at 126. I take it back. He didn't start at 130. I think he started at 120. Did he start at 126? 126. Yeah, he started at 126. So when he fought Lamont Roach is bigger by default against Tank because he started his career at 130. You know what I mean? So, yo, what up, Khan? What's up, Ron? Yeah, Tank is on the verge for sure to be a Hall of Famer. However, he needs to, and he knows that himself that he needs to unify with an active champion, seal the deal in his career. Yeah, like think about like if Tank actually like went and beat like stopped T.O. and stopped Devin and was able to win a fight against Shakur. Like that's a for sure, like guarantee. Like even just if he doesn't fight Shakur, let's say he beat Devin and then he beat T.O. based off the things that they've done and him being a 126 pounder fighting guys that are like moving up in those type of weights that are considered bigger than him. Yeah, I mean, those are going to be huge accolades. And both those guys have flirted. Technically, Shakur, T.O., and Devin have all flirted in and out of the pound for pound rankings. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Tank is just shy of a couple wins of potentially like, yeah, you gotta consider maybe in the pound for pound. If he doesn't make a first ballot, maybe second ballot. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Regis and Diaz and on Wards. But shout out to my guy Joshua Edwards. He's on the rise for sure. He's on the card. I'm not really too familiar with the undercard. So if there's some stuff, like I'm peeping it out right now. So yeah, Yair hasn't stopped him yet. I mean, he's dropped him. I mean, we're in the 7th round. I'm kind of late on my clock, but no, he hasn't stopped him yet. I think Keyshawn have some mental issues, but sometimes his look and speak strange. I don't know how to explain it, but he looks so unpredictable and unbalanced. I mean, the couple conversations I've had with Keyshawn, I mean, it's definitely like a guy who's had to overcome and learn how to handle his stresses the older he got. You know what I mean? He's kind of accustomed to handle it a certain way, and he's been maturing while kind of learning on the job. You know what I mean? Like the couple conversations I've had with Keyshawn, like as an active fighter, he used to smoke weed. You know what I mean? And that was something that, as silly as that sounds, he used to do it though because he had to, like, I guess, overcome some of his stresses, including the fact that he had a lot of bad stomach problems. But he decided to turn to a religion and drop that. Him having his child has helped him. But at the same time, he also wants to be like a fighter that likes to talk and entertain. But even then, those type of situations have kind of worked against him. So he's definitely a kid that is a product of his environment, but he's definitely learning how to be a man and adjust. So what up, Mo Slim? Yo, the Ish. What's up, guys? What's up, man? What up, F? What's going on? I thought Regis retired. Now Regis actually signed with Golden Boy. So, I mean, I'm picking him to win this fight, but if he loses to Jojo, he should really think about hanging it up. But oh, you know what, F? He did mention it after the Jack Catterall fight. You're right, but nah, he's actually still fighting. So, Patron, yes sir. Tank is better than all 135 and 140 pounders right now. You know, I think to be honest, maybe minus Shakur right now because of the fact that the Lamont Roach fight might make the odds closer. I think for the most part, when they were at 135 altogether, I think Tank was still the favorite for the most part against all those guys. I think the betting odds had him as a favorite. Tank realistically can still make his original starting weight on 130, and he came underweight in the Roach fight. So there we go. Yeah, I mean he's a small guy. I keep telling people like how small Tank is, and so every time when people would argue like Tank should go to 140 for Devin, he did it for Mario Barris. I was always like that's unfair. Like I think Tank's small, and then people would be like, yo, Devin should go from 140 and 135. He wants to fight Tank, and I'm like, yeah, because Tank's the A side, but it's kind of unfair for Devin too because he's a big ass guy too. I don't know if he can make 135. So they're kind of both in a situation where I don't know if like those guys can really fight each other because one's bigger than the smaller weight and one's smaller than the bigger weight. Like it just might never happen. But Tank's small. Yeah, 126. Tank have fast legs, hands, fast movement, and his power puncher. He's a power puncher, perfect punch technique, great skills. Yeah, Tank has the ability to beat all those guys, man. Like Tank legitimately has the skill to beat every single one of those guys. But at the same time, he has to be on his A game. He has to be mentally prepared to fight those guys. And really, at the end of the day, all those guys have the attributes and skills to also beat him too. It's just that we just need to see those guys fight him, you know? He just has the huge equalizer is that he has punching power. You know, he's athletic. He can box. You know, he's a southpaw. You know, a lot of them are southpaws, but, you know, very talented dude, man. Yo, what's up, man? GHB TV. We got Greg Hackett in the building, man. What's going on, dog? Hope your Saturday's all good, man. See your channel's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, man. So if you guys haven't, yeah, my voice said, yeah, I've jumped in the stream a couple of times. When he does that, that's great, man. What's up, Greg? If you guys haven't, man, take the time to support my guy. Subscribe to his channel. Eventually be at 100K. Him and Mill will be doing his thing out in Philly, man. I'm going to have to come out in Philly sometime, man. You know, make it a family affair like last time when I brought my girl up. So, but hopefully everything's good with you, man. Who you got in this fight, man? I know you got all the breakdowns and stuff, man. Kenny. You got Kenny. You got Oscar Duarte, man. It's a tough fight. The Ish, man. Cruz scared him to quit. Cruz. You talking about Pitbull Cruz? What's the parlay for tonight? Co-main, bro. Preach the truth, champ. Really, I favor Regis because Jojo just hasn't been competitive really in any big fight. But you know, Regis is definitely a shell of himself, but I think he'll be able to get the job done. But he's been in a good share of wars, so I don't know. Like, Regis for sure needs to win that fight. I mean, I would favor Regis for the main event. I think like my mind wants to tell me like Duarte is gonna pull off the win. You know, he's looked absolutely vicious in his last couple fights, but Kenny has the skills. He's been working really good. I think he's been underestimated a lot throughout his career. I think even myself might be underestimating him, knowing what I know, like who he's been in the ring with, who he sparred, how much hard work he does out in Vegas. I've seen him train. I would be extremely impressed if Kenny Sims actually wins this fight tonight. You know, it's a tough fight. You know, I've seen Kenny up close in fights with like Akhmedov, where he went to war, just like Oscar Duarte has. But it just feels like Duarte is kind of hit in this kind of stonewall physique, where unless you have like a left hook from hell, like from Ryan Garcia, even then, like it almost felt like Oscar Duarte was gonna pull away with that win until he got caught. So his momentum's strong. He's fighting a lot of great guys. Kenneth Sim is, I think he had an injury prior because they were supposed to fight before out in Saudi. So let me see when's the last time Kenneth Sims actually fought. Kenneth Sims. I just want to make sure I understand his activity because Oscar Duarte has been busy. He has been fighting pretty actively. And so his last fight was in February. Okay, and that was on the Oscar Duarte and Dueno fight. That's right. So they both pretty much fought the same amount. Okay, so they've been out of the ring the same exact time. They've been on the same card. So that's good. That's good. So that gives me a better feeling that Kenny has a great opportunity. It's really a coin flip in my mind. But I think Oscar Duarte should be the favorite. Doesn't mean that he should win, though. You know what I mean? Be back after this fight. Bet. I'll see you prosper. Yeah, Josh is an excellent national amateur. He just turned pro with Golden Boy, and so far he's been whacking guys left and right. He's a heavyweight, so he's giving them the cookout whooping. I think I've seen a little bit. Of his fighting, but I don't know if it was something like I was tuned in. Cool, thanks. I think Keyshawn can beat the top guys 140. Yeah, I think Keyshawn has the attributes, and honestly, he has the ability to beat all those guys. But his experience fighting against the top in the pros right now is still behind a lot of those guys, you know. Obviously, T.O. has a lot of great experience fighting guys like Lomachenko, Josh Taylor. You know, T.O. has a lot of experience. Gary Antoine has a lot of experience fighting the top guys. And, you know, Keyshawn will be new to the division too. So, you know, just knowing how to move with the extra weight and taking the punches from those type of guys. And I think those guys present an equal challenge that the 135ers would do too. So, Tank versus Bam, who you got? Bam's too small, brother. Bam's too small. But what up, Orlando? Duarte's going to slap the ish out of Sims in front of Eric. Yo, wow. TW, sir, why Fakron? Why that? I don't know why I read that. I mean, dude, this is going to be a tough fight. It almost feels a little bit like Kenny's kind of being set up, you know? And I say this just to be stereotypical, right? And it's not like me accusing of Golden Boy, but I've always hear all the time, like, Golden Boy does a great job with, like, their fighters. But when it comes to guys like Charles Conwell, who else have they had that was, I don't want to bring race into it, but, like, they don't really produce black stars in modern time, right? That's what they've been accused for. But to counter it, and I guess I'll counter my own argument, is that Golden Boy has produced and been the matchmakers for guys like Charlos and Deontay Wilder and Thurman and Broner. So, you know, I actually don't really want to go with that stereotype. I retract that. You know, I guess I'm falling into the trap that a lot of people have mentioned. But it really is a very tough matchup. And because Kenny is fighting at home, it feels like, you know, they're serving him an opportunity to be great. He's going to have to go out there and snatch it. You know, but Golden Boy's not giving him an easy layup at all. So I'll say that. What up, Stack? What's the word? Shakur's the ultimate supreme ruler at 130, 140. Too skilled like Sweet Pea and Floyd. Yeah, I mean, he's extremely talented. You know, I think defensively, I think he's one of the best guys out there. He has a great sense of distance. I've talked to countless amount of people who he sparred. And it's kind of wild to think, like, every time I'm talking to people around in the gyms, it feels like this dude Shakur spars everybody. So it feels like Shakur don't duck no wreck and no smoke from nobody. And a lot of the pressure fighters that I know that hit hard or can present a lot of challenges for Shakur, you know, they've all said the same thing. Like, in the gym, they're like, yo, he's good. He's a great boxer. He has a good sense of distance. He knows what he's doing. So, Stat, you got Sims. Respect. It is a coin flip kind of fight. Regis, I think right now, is relying on the winner of Duarte and Sims to determine his career. Mainly Duarte is giving him a front foot style, and it's not distance back foot one like Haney and Jack. I think Kenny and I have to double check. They both train in Vegas. Regis recently started to train in Vegas now. I think they might be working with similar people, so I don't know if that is going to play a factor of them wanting to fight each other. But it is boxing. They're both signed to Golden Boy. They're both 140 pounders. So at the end of the day, I wouldn't put it past Regis wanting to fight either one of those guys, because they're going to be the guys that are going to help him get an opportunity to become a world champion again, you know? Andy. Also, officially, Keyshawn got blackballed. Rather unfortunate indeed. Ron, we're going to pray. Probably see the Davis brother in overtime or TCL at this point. You know, I do need to reach out to him. Like, I actually do need to call Keyshawn Khan, because I've talked to him. Golden Boy has. I've talked to him after this, you know, the situation a little bit, and not to go into our conversation, but all I'm saying is, like, I have talked to him. You know, we've spoke a little bit. A lot of the stuff that he said in a live was kind of a little bit of what was, you know, discussed, but this whole potential retirement thing has, like, caught me off guard heavily, so I really don't know where that came from. So you got Duarte, that's what's up. Regis and Jojo both washed. I mean, that's what it really seems like. Like, that's a must win for either or, because if either or loses, they're not going to be on that type of stage anymore, unless they're going to be like a showcase fight for an opponent. Andy Cruz is living rent free in Keyshawn's head and made him quit. Yo, chill. No, he did not. But they do need They do need a fight. They do need a fight. I absolutely need Andy Cruz and Keyshawn to fight. Like, it makes no sense that if they go through their career, never fight. Man, Yair should win, but why the hell was he going to the body? Not going to. I don't know, man. A lot of these young prospects, you know what I mean? That's what, like, I watch these young prospects to see if they really have, like, the it factor, you know, if they are well put together. Not saying, like, they're not able to learn on the job, but, you know, this guy was 38. He was kind of there to get punched on. I'm not saying that potentially he couldn't have been, like, a good, tough opponent, because he actually had Yair bleeding a little bit. It looked like, or his nose was red or something. You know, it could have been a sleeper opponent, but those are the type of fights that you need to get them out, like, early. Like, you're the opening guy against guys 38. What was the guy's record? And this is me talking more as, like, a network, like what a network would be looking at, opposed to, like, a hardcore boxing guy that studies the opponents. But the guy was 21-9, and he's been stopped 3 times, and he was stopped in his last fight. So, yeah, it's time to get it cracking, you know? Duarte pressure would be too much for Sims. We have to take account that Kenny hasn't fought top-tier guys apart from Akhmedov fight. His last performance was pretty mediocre, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't shown a performance since the Akhmedov fight that lets me feel like he should be the favorite in this fight. But I do know he has the skills, and he's been in the ring and sparred top guys, that I wouldn't be surprised. And, like, sometimes you need an opponent like Oscar Duarte to really show the world what you're capable of. And that's really what I think this fight is. Like, we're really going to see at this state is Kenny Sims, you know, really one of the top guys at 140, the dark horse at 140, a guy that may not have the marquee names or the big money behind him, but this fight alone could do something big. And especially the fact that Golden Boy's putting the fight in Chicago, if he's able to win against a guy like Duarte as an underdog fighter, that would be huge. You know what I mean? Because we haven't. When's the last time you heard about boxing in Chicago? I think last time, I think, is when DAZN first came out, and they had a whole bunch of, like, Polish fighters on the card. So, definitely needs to really have not just a win, but kind of a marquee performance to really show that he can compete with one of those top guys at 140. Because it's that. I think about what happened with Lopez and Cambosos and Haney and Garcia, and everyone talked about Tank and Roach. So what do you think about that? I mean, look, styles make fights. You know, everyone acts like they know what's going on, myself included, like, by just looking at the paper and be like, oh, this guy should totally win. But that's why we need to watch these fights, because as much as we really think that you know, fighters win on paper. You don't. Fighters don't win on paper. Fighters win in the ring. And we've seen tons of times where this guy's supposed to win or this guy's supposed to do this. The Devin and Ryan thing is a little different because obviously there's a field drug test. But I do feel like stylistically may have potentially been a tough fight if Devin chose to still fight the manner that he did. Wouldn't know, right? But regardless, I'll put an asterisk on it just because I think it's unfair for me to really assess that because there is a field drug testing. But regardless, using that as like the public perception that because at the time Haney was getting punched up by Ryan. On paper, they always look like they're going to win. And then when the fight happens, something always happens every year. So we just got to see the fights. You know, as ridiculous as some fights sound on paper, we still watch it because we still don't know what's going to happen. You know, someone could be like a huge underdog. And we're like, oh, man, this is such a stupid fight. We'll still watch it. You get what I'm saying? So, LOL. Everyone want to talk about 135 and 140. The casuals. Can we talk about the Fulton Shock, Ray Ford, Shushu Fiesta? Yo, Raymond, I really want to see it. You got to put Espinoza in the mix. You got to put Angelo Leo in the mix. You got to put Nick Ball in the mix. All those guys. I mean, at some point, hopefully all those guys do face each other. And I really would like to see Shushu get a good opportunity against one of those guys. Fulton is coming off a great performance against Brandon Figueroa. Oshaki Foster and Fulton would be great. You know, Raymond Ford, all of them, Shushu, all that. All those guys need to face each other. So, plus Kenny got punked in the weigh-in. You know, I actually didn't see the weigh-in. I was actually caught up with this Evo stuff. I was watching a lot of Evo. But what was going on? Kenny started stuttering when he was interviewed and can't make that up. Really? Kid Austin's probably the best non-Hispanic. Well, kind of, because he's half Dominican, but overall he has delivered Golden Boy. Yo, that knockout was vicious, man. Let me make sure. This is a Joshua Edwards guy, right? That I need to peep. This is the heavyweight guy, right? That just been wrecking. Golden Boy has Prosper. Con, you can't be serious, bro. Call him the best because he beat Tevin Farmer when it's all these fighters he haven't fought right now. I mean, I really want to see Kid Austin and Abdullah Mason. You know what I mean? But Kid Austin they turned that fight down from Abdullah Mason. Oh, shit! They call that a slip? That was like a left. Edwards definitely hit him with a left. That should have been a knockdown, but I guess. Oh, he catched him with a right, though. He ain't going to be standing. Oh, and damn, Golden Boy got a good right hand. Yeah, this is going to be over with. Golden Boy got a heavyweight. Interesting, man. Not even the same pedigree, not even the same class between these two guys. Damn, dude. Edwards is just teeing off on Audie. Edwards got his hands down. He catches him with a right and a left. Oh, and a vicious right catches Audie. Oh, and another right. Yo, Audie about to go down. He has his head through the ropes. He eats a right. The ref pulls Audie off. Edwards off. It's over with. Fight's done. Easy fight to call. Yeah, I mean, look. Kid Austin, I'm not going to take away anything. I thought the 10 fight might have been a little bit harder. So I got to give Kid Austin all the credit and all the props for that, right? But you can only celebrate for so long off of one win. We got to see what he does against all the other top guys. You know, Tevin's definitely coming off of a lot of losses. He looked really competitive in those fights, and because Kid Austin destroyed him, it kind of like makes you want to compare, like, all right, those other solid guys in the division couldn't do nothing nowhere near Kid Austin. Kid Austin should be able to compete with the top guys. But sometimes, once again, styles make fights. Just because on paper you expect a competitive fight, not a first round knockout. So, but it was solid, man. Oh, okay, kind of my bro. I misunderstood. I agree though. He's still growing, so we got to wait and see if he actually does fight Shakur. Any an active chance to see what he truly has for sure. Yeah, all those guys need to fight each other. All of them, man. Like we're just at a state of boxing where if Turkey's going to start putting his money all over the place, these guys need to fight each other. But however, Turkey does not want to work with Kid Austin at the moment because I guess he claims that he disrespected his religion, his country, or something, or he felt disrespected. So he's no longer in that situation. Hey, bro, chill, yelling like that. Hey, yo, my bad, Eminem. What's up, man? How's your Saturdays going? Yeah, you did tell me, Khan, that he was going to cook him. But see, that's what I expected the first fight to be. So he's just disrespecting this guy at this point. So foul. Well, that's actually pretty good because now we're what? We're moving on pretty quick then because then what? After this, we got Tristan Calcruth, and then we got the Regis Prograis fight, and then Oscar Duarte. So really, we're gonna get into the marquee name fights after one more fight. So out of 5 fights on this card, we already got done with 2. It's 3 more. So I'm 3-0 in my parlay with boxing off. That's what's up, man. Who'd you have on your parlay tonight? Please don't get me started with turkey milkshake. Look, I mean, there's some things that he's done in the sport that I agree with, and there's a lot of other things in the sport he's done that I don't agree with. All right, so at the end of the day, we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out. I like to let things play out. You know, I don't want to be negative and doom and gloom. You know, I do feel like because there's a lot of inexperience with Turkey, and then they're going to make a lot of mistakes. And it's going to be very obvious when they make their mistakes. But it just depends on how long they're going to be in the sport and what they bring to the sport. Are they trying to monopolize and do the UFC thing, which can work for some of the fans, but at the same time not? Because if he's like saying like I don't want to work with certain people and certain guys, that kind of hurts the sport. You know what I mean? Anytime that you have an entity with fighters that have fights that people want to see and the other side or the promoter or whatever doesn't want to make those type of fights, it is damaging. So hopefully Turkey does not get in a situation like that, because if so, then I'm not going to be really happy and supportive. All Josh has to do now is pass to Jerry Force, aka Bridge Guard, to determine if he's ready to top 22. Yeah, I mean, how many wins does he have? He's 3-0. I mean, do you really want him to move that fast? I mean, that guy that he was fighting looked like he did not belong in any type of boxing ring, to be honest. The guy that he faced was 4-1. I know it's deceptive because the fact that, all right, he's only lost one time, but you know, really at the end of the day, these heavyweights, these American heavyweights have not been showing me there's a future in American heavyweight boxing. So I would not give too much praise for anyone fighting lower tiered American heavyweights. But I did like what I saw. Obviously, he doesn't even step it up. I wouldn't put him in Jerry Forrest right away because Jerry Forrest is a guy that can for sure upset fighters. But because I've seen him spar at the top ranked gym and do a lot of stuff. So let me go to my Twitter. But you never know, man. If he goes and beats Jerry Forrest, I would be impressed. You got Tristan. Yeah, he should be the favorite. I'm curious if he's going to have Bomac in the corner or if he's going to have... probably not, because Bomac's probably, you know, locked in with Crawford. I wonder if he's going to have, like, Ronnie Shields, because Tristan usually, his last couple fights was with B&B, so... I haven't talked to Tristan for a while, so I don't really know his training situation right now. Test. Yeah, he's not ready yet. Yeah, we got to slow him down. What up, Squid Ink? Who you got, Ron? Rod Saka or Josh Padley? I actually might favor Josh Padley, to be honest. What is Rod Saka's best win? Rod Saka. 24-6. He lost to Alex Saucedo, Francisco Vargas. Obviously, he got stepped on by Danny Garcia. I might have the electrician, to be honest. Let's see, Josh Padley, because I think Josh Padley has, I think, a decent win. I think he beat Mark Chamberlain, right? So by beating Mark Chamberlain, I think Josh Padley is better than Rod Salka, in my opinion. What up, Golden Key Boxing? What fight we on? Fight Hype fam. We're getting ready for the Tristan Calcruth fight. I have for a lot of you guys that are coming in too, you're like, yo, what is this video game stuff that you got going on? I'm a big nerd, right? I'm a huge nerd, and out in Vegas they have something called Evo Evolution, right? And sorry, let me answer your question. The next fight is going to be Tristan Calcruth, and Tristan Calcruth versus Devontae Williams. After that, Golden Key Night, we got Regis, Prograis versus Jojo Diaz, and then we'll have Duarte, Kenneth Sims. So, just want to make sure I answer your question before I go on my little ramble. But in Vegas, they hold the biggest video game tournament when it comes to fighting games, right? You can see the guys right here. They have the fight sticks and stuff like that. They're hitting buttons. They compete competitively in games like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and Marvel vs. Capcom, all that stuff. So I'm into it because I'm into fighting, like boxing and MMA, but I'm also into fighting games, right? As you can see, I play fighting games myself. So I think eventually at some point, you know, I would like to cover fighting games as well as I cover boxing and kind of integrate them at some point, because I actually have a video that's going to be dropping soon with me and Terrence Crawford. We were playing Street Fighter and Tekken 8. And I'm going to be dropping it. It's going to be cool. You know what I mean? Terrence is the guy that's great at everything, right? So, but probably going to drop it probably right after Sunday, right after Evo, this stuff. But what up, Joe Dirt? When is the Diaz fight? It's the next fight. The Jojo Diaz fight with Regis Prograis would be the next fight. Not the fight like immediately next, but the next after this fight right here. So once this fight's done, we'll be going straight into the Regis Prograis and Jojo Diaz. But yeah, man, it's interesting. You know, I know it's not for everybody. Like, this isn't for everybody, but I know everyone grew up playing Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or something like that. And when they play it at like the highest level, it's like watching the Terrence Crawford and the Canelos and the Inoues of these. Like the combos and the things that they, like, you can see, like this Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the combos and the things that they do are absolutely insane. You know, and they pretty much use all the same kind of mindsets in boxing. They set up traps and feints and bait and use all that stuff for like a form of distance, like kind of like a jab or to reset. They do they mix up going to the body, to the head. Same thing like here. They either go low or high. So absolutely insane gameplay. What up, Maestro? What's up, man? You got Duarte? You're definitely in the majority, man. A lot of people have Oscar Duarte today. You know, I mean, Kenneth Sim is a huge live underdog, and I would not be surprised that we saw something done really well. But for the most part, I think it's probably going to favor Oscar Duarte because the pressure, the way he's been looking in his fights, you know, he's been looking like a wrecking ball for the most part. I really think that Kenneth Sims has to really show elements of being able to fight on the outside as well as in the inside very well. And if he can actually contain that type of pressure, or even get the respect, hurt Oscar Duarte, because I think maybe, I haven't watched all of Oscar Duarte's fights, but recently the fights that he has been involved in, like his last 4 or 5 fights, the only person that really has hurt him was Ryan Garcia. You know what I mean? So, but who you got, Joe, for the Jojo fight, since you came and asking? You got Jojo or Regis? Because I feel like I'm favoring Regis purely off the fact that I think that, you know, I think he's the one that's been able to win more of his marquee fights opposed to Jojo, who's consistently fell short for most of his fights. I think the only fight that Jojo really was able to stand out in was the Tevin Farmer fight. Other than that, he lost to Gary Russell. Let me see. He lost to Devin Haney. I mean, so has Regis. So let me see. Let me go pull up JoJo's resume. Cause JoJo has 7 losses. You know what I mean? And Regis was able to compete against Jack Catterall, which is still like a good fighter in the division. But JoJo got stopped by Oscar Duarte. He got stopped. Oh, he lost to he lost to Masito Hesta. You know, he lost to William Cepeda. Lost to Devin Haney. He had that controversial majority draw against Shakram Rakimov. Yeah, so he's been he's been losing a lot. You know, he's actually coming off of a win in Tijuana. And to be honest with you, I thought he was supposed to fight on Pro Box. Right? Oh, he did fight on Pro Box. I think he lost on Pro Box actually. So yeah, so he had a deal with Pro Box and he lost this fight on Pro Box. So yeah, man, it's not looking that great. While Regis has lost only 3 fights, one to Jack Catterall, which is his last fight, which he was able to drop Catterall. He lost to Devin Haney, which, you know, they both have. And he had a very competitive fight against Josh Taylor where he lost. So, yeah, man. And he has that very controversial win against Zorilla, you know. But that was a style where, very similar to Devin Haney, kind of got outboxed for a good majority of the fight. So, you can argue maybe Regis could have maybe 4. But you're pulling for JoJo, but you think Regis by decision? Yeah, man, I got Regis too, man. You know, and it's kind of crazy because I remember JoJo had so much attention. He had so much attention when he was on with Golden Boy. It was in those, remember, Hennessy commercials with, was it him and Virgil and Canelo? You know, he went and fought Gary Russell for a title shot. He was an Olympian. He was on a lot of Canelo undercards. People wanted to see him fight Ryan Garcia. I mean, JoJo had a lot of hype and attention that just never actually was able to materialize. But he was able to get a world championship fight against Tevin Farmer, and he was able to get that win. But afterwards, I think he lost his title because he missed the weight. So, and he's been battling a lot of depression. He's been battling alcohol addiction. You know, this is all recent too. You know, he's been dealing with alcoholism. It's just been a very, very tough situation with him. He's been having custody battles with his kids. I mean, life is really challenging JoJo, you know, and he's becoming kind of like a punching bag for a lot of these guys. And to kind of reveal, honestly, like kind of a story that kind of was like, damn, bro, like this is where JoJo's career is kind of going, is that I remember I walked in one of Devin Haney's sparring sessions, and it was not too long ago after Devin beat him, and JoJo was, you know, I wouldn't say super competitive with Devin in the fight, but he was like, and I'm talking about their pro fight, but he had some success with the left hand. But after that sparring session, you know, that Devin brought in with JoJo, which a lot of people do all the time. A lot of people bring in, a lot of people bring in past opponents as sparring opponents. Man, JoJo left that gym like kind of messed up. Like his whole face was just battered, and you know, maybe oh, sorry, I lost some signal. Sorry, did I lag? My bad. I'm back. I lost some signal. But I see why you're pulling for JoJo, because the fact that, you know, all the situations he's been in. But what up, L? No, that wasn't you. That was me. That was the drop frames. So we'll see, man. Regis is definitely the favorite in my opinion. I really, don't see why Jojo should win this fight. They canceled the Jojo fight? They didn't cancel the Jojo fight. They didn't cancel the Jojo fight. Don't fuck with me, TV. I haven't really been following the press conference or the stuff this week for this fight. So I'll be honest. I just haven't. But to me, it has to be a Regis win because think about it. Regis is being set up to win, right? Golden Boy just signed him, so they're not trying to sign this guy to lose. Golden Boy let go of Jojo Diaz. Jojo Diaz was fighting on Pro Box. He did a deal with them, but I think because he lost, I don't know if he still has a Pro Box deal. I don't know if that's something that's still going on, or there's like a cross promotion for that fight. But Golden Boy's not gonna let go of Jojo Diaz to then bring him back for them to beat the guy they just signed. The matchmaking's all for Regis. It just doesn't make sense. So we'll see. You got Prograis by decision. What up, Marvin Washington? Yeah, I got Regis, man. You know. And Jojo's a tough guy, man. Like Jojo, he's been stopped, but like not like knocked out unconscious. And that's when he lost to Oscar Duarte. But it's a 10-rounder. Let me change this real quick. Boom, boom. All right, cool. So I got Tristan Cal Cruz. So this fight that's on right now is the fight right before the Jojo and Regis fight, and then we'll go into the main event. So to be honest with you guys, it might be an early night when it comes to boxing, and after that, I'm gonna be chilling watching Evo for the rest of the night. So, which is the fighting game tournament that I just had on. But I look at Kenneth Sims Jr. and I swear he beat my mailman and Uber driver, my tennis coach. He doesn't have a good fighter on his record. Akhmedov is a good win, Maestro. And he also was the first person to beat Elvis Rodriguez when Top Rank had all the hype behind him and a lot of attention. And he styled on Elvis Rodriguez, which Elvis might be soon be like next in line for a world title. So I can't say Ken hasn't beat a good fighter. You know, he has a couple good wins. But the way that he's been looking compared to how Oscar Duarte has been looking against the similar competition has led me to believe that Ken might be the underdog and he's fighting an uphill battle. And also stylistically, Oscar is a nightmare for any type of fighter who doesn't really utilize boxing, because if not, you're going to be in a phone booth fight, which favors Oscar Duarte, and it's going to be a very dangerous fight. So, and you know, Oscar Duarte's been looking solid. He's been looking ripped, chiseled. On my casino app, it says Goodman versus Ball canceled until August. That fight's not going on. Keyshawn has a great chance to be a top guy at 140. For sure. For sure. Look, there was this kid, that sparred Shakur and Keyshawn, right? I recently just interviewed him too. I'm trying to think. Who was it? He's like a 15-time national champ or something crazy like that. But he sparred both of them. And he told me, like, of course, Shakur's defense is like superb, like top. But he also said Keyshawn's too. Like, he said, like, Keyshawn's defense is like very similar to Shakur. And I've seen Keyshawn spar a lot, and he's definitely like capable of getting out of punches. But, you know, I think they have like different styles of defense, but he said he was very hard to hit, just like Shakur. And so it would be very interesting to see how he fares against the other top 140 guys, knowing that he has good defense, good power, he can fight in the inside, has good athleticism, good reflexes. So I think he would give a lot of guys that 140 problem, you know? We just have to see him at 140. The one takeaway is that I am impressed that Jojo looks the most in shape I've ever seen him in. But I got Regis, given he still has a lot more left compared to Jojo. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Jojo's mindset is kind of what's held him back a lot. He's missed weight a lot, multiple times. And he's battled with alcohol addiction and custody battles with his kids. He has 7 losses. I mean, he was supposed to have I wouldn't say a showcase fight on Pro Box, but a fight that I'm sure that Pro Box would probably say like he should be the favorite, and he lost that fight. So it's tough, man. Even when he's in good shape, I really don't know what type of version we're gonna get of him. So you got Crawford by KO. Damn. I ain't gonna lie. I will lose my. If Crawford stopped Canelo, I would absolutely lose my shit. I would lose my mind. That would be absolutely insane. I will be at that fight. I will be covering that fight. I actually just got approved for my credentials for that. So I'll be out in Las Vegas in September. So that's one. I'll be honest with you guys. That's one nice thing about the TKO and the UFC stuff. When it comes to media stuff, they usually approve you like a week before the fight, which can be annoying because, not saying I ever stress about it, but for the most part, you would just like to know, right? Like what's going on. Man, I already know right now I'm approved, like this far out. So it's just nice that I could just book and not really worry about that type of stuff. But yeah, man, that's gonna be a crazy fight, Marv. Right now, my favorite fighter is Brian Norman. What do you see in him? I like Brian Norman. Brian Norman is a fighter where, from the stories I heard about sparring, if it was true or not, I heard a lot of great things about him. And when I saw his first fight, the first fight I saw was him on Showbox. I didn't know if it was like a one-off night where he just didn't really look special. Then he fought on Top Rank a couple times, and it kind of like changed my opinion, especially the Boca Chica fight. So when he finally had an opportunity to fight for a world title, he fought Giovanni Santillán, which, trained by Robert Garcia, was a Manny Pacquiao sparring partner, Floyd Mayweather sparring partner, undefeated, beat the living hell out of Alexa Rocha. I mean, I thought, man, oh shit, Tristan Calcrew drops Williams. He just crumbled to the floor, man. I don't know if that was a body shot. Oh, damn. Tristan's already celebrating it. He's already celebrating it. He's doing backflips and stuff. And I think they're still going to see if he's going to fight. But, oh, yeah, the fight's not over. Tristan's celebrated too soon. Used all that energy backflipping and stuff. But yeah, going back to the Brian Norman thing. Yeah, I think Williams might make it out the round. I really thought he was gonna lose to Giovanni Santillán, and I even told Brian, like, not in a disrespectful way, but like, I picked against you. You know what I mean? And Brian Norman's a super cool guy. Like, I think honestly, Brian Norman's one of my favorite people talking to because he's real laid back. He allows people to have their opinions. He's a gentleman. He's a slick talker too. He's very confident in himself. But I remember when I was like, I picked against him, and it was because of the fact that I saw the momentum of Giovanni Santillán, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of hype about you, but your performances didn't merit that. So I kind of sided with Giovanni. And you became the underdog, not just in my eyes, but the bookies and a lot of people. They thought like you were going to lose this fight. You're fighting in his hometown and everything. So I asked them, when you became the underdog in that type of situation, did it kind of help you a little bit? Like, did it take the pressure off because you had the hype? Like, there was rumors that allegedly like you were beating up Crawford in sparring or dropped him. You were giving Tank good work. I left Philly actually when they sparred each other. Oh, damn, they stopped the Williams fight. But, so I honestly asked him, like, yo, like, is this fight something where you were able to just be yourself and not have to live up to the hype and attention? He said, yes. I was the underdog. I was able to remove the pressure. It was a lot easier that way. And he just did his thing. He didn't have to worry about pleasing nobody or having to perform a certain way. He just fought his fight, and he showed out. So afterwards, he had, hand injury, a hand surgery. He came back, fought a decent puncher, knocked him out. And then the Jin Sasaki fight, you know, Jin's not like the greatest fighter I've ever seen, but, you know, a very strong, athletic, tough guy. Brian was supposed to win, but the way that Brian set it up, he looked fast, he looked strong. He's very exciting, very explosive. You're starting to really see why he should have had the hype prior to that fight. So I do like Brian Norman. I think the only thing that would be his downfall is that if he does take these type of fights, like with Devin Haney and things like that, I wonder, does he lose those fights because of experience, or does he or is he like not at that level? You know what I mean? Because Devin's a very, very, very great boxer, like a solid, good boxer. You know what I mean? He has certain attributes that he still needs to work on, like all boxers, but his footwork's, you know, solid. He has a great jab. His IQ in certain situations. Like, long story short, Devin's not looking to entertain. Devin's looking to win the fight. All right? So, can Brian Norman find a way to disrupt Devin's way of winning the fight? It could be a boring fight. It could be a fight where Devin doesn't engage a lot. Just like Squid says, Devin's going to clinch a lot during the fight. So, does that inexperience that Brian Norman, you know, that he doesn't have at that level, is it going to show that night when he's not going to be able to cut off the ring against a guy that moves like Devin, or a guy that knows how to win like Devin does very consistently in that type of fashion? But Norman's fast, he's athletic, he's strong, he has a good left hook, but maybe the Haney sees something and that's why they're choosing him. But I think it's a very good fight for both fighters, because it's a fight that I don't think makes sense like as a market. Like, nobody asked for Devin versus Brian Norman. Like, who's like in the mainstream world like, yo, this is a blockbuster fight, we need it? It's not. It's a hardcore boxing fight which is going to test each other, and I appreciate those type of fights. So I do give Brian Norman a chance of winning that fight, but at the same time, he's going to have to know how to cut off the ring and know how to catch Devin. He's going to have to use his athleticism. He's going to have to box a little bit with Devin. He's going to have to set up traps. If Brian Norman's able to sleep, hurt, beat, stop Devin Haney, any of those things, I mean, we might be looking at the best welterweight since like Crawford, Spence, and, you know, Duran. But it's still kind of undetermined with Duran because he didn't fight relatively everybody, you know. So that really would make the Brian Norman Duran fight that even more interesting. You know what I mean? What up, TB? I got Sims. He's not about to lose in Chicago. No way. I hope not. But them hometown fights, man. When fighters fight in their hometown, woo, woo. It could be one of them ones, man. Man, if Bud stopped Canelo, that'd be crazy, man. I would lose my shit. Watching from the Philippines. What's up, Kendrick Van? What's up, my brother? What's up, what's up, what's up? How's everything going with you, man? What you got in your picture right there? I'm trying to figure out. Is that a painting in your hand? 4-0. Damn, bro. So now you need Regis. Who you got in the main event against Prosper? Don't tell me you did a 6-man parlay, because that one loss can hurt. The only way Bud KO's Crawford is if he sneaks in a sledgehammer. No way Canelo's getting buzzed. He took Triple G. Yeah, I mean, I'm not picking Crawford to win by KO. I mean, if anyone gets KO, unfortunately, I do feel like it's Crawford. But do I feel like Crawford has the ability to win the fight? Absolutely. You know, he's undefeated. He always knows how to win. He's extremely competitive at everything. He's a hard worker. He's always in shape. Every time I bump into him in the gyms, you know, I've never looked at Crawford at any point and be like, damn, champ, you look a little out of shape. You know, you need to get back in the gym. Never. He's always been chiseled. He's always been, you know what I mean? He's always working out. Every time I'm in the gym, he's always like jump roping or even sparring. I've seen Bud spar like in the gym just wearing jeans and just taking his clothes off, getting some sparring gear on, and just sparring 168 guys and stuff like that. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, just cuz, not because he needs to, just cuz, like, just working on it. Like, Respect, man. Khan, Regis, more skilled than Jojo to you? You're asking, is Amir Khan more skilled? Wait, Khan, Regis. What do you mean Khan, Regis? Oh, you're asking Khan? That's what it's. Oh, Regis more skilled than Jojo to you? You got Jojo and Sims. Damn, bro. You went now. See, this is where your parlay gets scary, brother. You went double underdog, man. That's when your parlay gets a little scary, man. Because right now, right away, we're going to get Regis and JoJo. And then shit. That's already early, man. We're getting co-main coming up. That's what's up. Let me check something real quick. I put it like this. No matter the outcome, I think the fans will be blessed the night this fight would be better than Canelo's last 4 fights. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have a fun, entertaining fight. Like that for sure. Like, I'm really going to... How would I say? Have a hard time just, like, confidently picking one person to win this fight. You know? Because I really do think, like, on paper, this is, like, a 45-55 kind of fight. So, and I think the way that Oscar Duarte fights, he forces Ken into a firefight. Ken can fight in the inside, and he has shown that he fights in the inside. But it's going to be a rough, grueling fight. And if Oscar can break Ken, then shit. At that point, I want to see Oscar Duarte versus Matias then. Because I think stylistically, that's just a pure barn burner of a fight. You know what I mean? So, what up, Bobby Eagles? Sim's about to get mopped up. Easy work. Woo! Yeah, man. I've seen a lot of people coming here saying Oscar Duarte is about to make it easy. I mean, look. There's been a lot of times Kenneth Sims has been in situations where he was supposed to be just the opponent. That happened with him versus Elvis Rodriguez. He was supposed to be just the opponent on Top Rank. And went in there and did his thing and gave Elvis Rodriguez his first loss. I think his only loss, too, to be honest. So, you never know. You know what I mean? Bobby going ahead with that negativity. He is too small for 140. If you think about it, bro. You're talking about Kenneth Sims? 140 has like a plethora of different sizes and shapes. You know, Pitbull is clearly like too small. You know, when Rolly was fighting there, Rolly was big. Richardson Hitchens is, you know, tall. When Devin was there, he was kind of big. You know, Matias is kind of like the right size. Puello's kind of big. You know, Garrett Antoine Russell, Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor was big. You know, 140 is just all over the place, to be honest with you. If you saw the Duarte Jojo fight, yeah, I mean, Duarte was putting hands to feet on Jojo, man. That was the only person to stop Jojo Diaz. So my mind's telling me to pick Jojo. What do you mean by that? Like you were saying, like he did pretty good. I barely remember that fight, to be honest. I watched it. I think like the stoppage was like a cut or something, or it was just one of those kind of, like he didn't knock out Jojo, I remember, but I vaguely remember it. Because that fight was what, like last year, right? Because Oscar Duarte fought Medueno this year, so I think Jojo was last year. But hey, man, I love watching some Marvel vs. Capcom. Have you guys ever got down in Tekken? Right now we're waiting for Regis and Jojo Diaz to get in the ring. Yeah, man. Tekken's such a fun game. I remember playing Tekken in the arcades when it first came out. I'm sure you guys did too. Nobody picked him to beat Elvis. Nope. Nobody definitely. To be honest with you, I did not pick him to beat Elvis, and he styled on Elvis. Like he styled on him. So, oh my goodness, I meant JoJo being too small for what? Oh. Okay, my bad. Yeah, JoJo is small for 140. Yeah, he's small for 140. Cause JoJo fought. He was like a big 130 pounder. Cause I remember how much bigger than he was than Gary Russell. Then when he went to 135, it just didn't work out. And then obviously it's not working out for him at 140. I was saying that he was best at 126, 130. He did okay at 135, given he was the WBC interim champ there. Yeah, I mean, he didn't really fight the who's at 135 though. You know what I mean? Like, just getting the interim title, it's just kind of positioning sometimes, you know. But yeah, he's definitely too small for 140. Yeah, Regis might stop him, bro. Does that sound crazy? Maybe not. Like, what's the last stoppage Regis got? Regis hasn't stopped someone for a hot minute, has he? The thing about Regis is his defense can be very leaky. You know what I mean? Regis does get hit pretty often. He fights sometimes pretty flat-footed. His last stoppage was Jose Zepeda, 2022. So, he knocked out Tyrone McKenna, Ivan Redcast, Juan Herrera. Yeah, that's when he was like on a knockout spree. So it's been a couple years since he had a knockout, but not like an eternity, but a couple years ago. And granted, because his opposition, Devin Haney, Jack Catterall, it's really the better competition, the hardest to knock people out. So Jojo wins this one. Progress is garbage. What up, MTY Boxing? What's up, dog? Damn, you think JoJo's gonna beat Prograis? Am I missing something? Because like, there's a few people in here picking JoJo. I'm just riding off the momentum, right? Like, I know Regis is coming off of a loss, but the momentum, like the quality opponents that Regis is fighting opposed to JoJo, and Regis actually did drop Jack Catterall, while JoJo hasn't had like any type of highlights or success for a very long time. So same thing I'm saying, MTY. Damn. What up, JL? You think Tip won? TIP won? What do you mean by TIP? What do you mean TIP? Sorry, I might not be catching on to it, JL. If you can rewrite that. To be fair, it could happen. People forget Regis is a heavy-handed, so at least you can get a knockdown. For sure. I mean, he dropped Jack Catterall. You know what I mean? Let me hear what Oscar has to say. Oscar's talking right now. But at most, just a point decision given JoJo is tough and he has heart. I mean, like I said earlier, like he hasn't had like an official knockout where he's like out cold or nothing. Nobody was able to blitz him. And he's fought some guys that can crack. So I would say like this: JoJo decides to purely box Regis, he could have a chance to win, but he throws that out and goes toe to toe with Regis. It's gonna be a long night for him. Regis' defense is kind of suspect at times, though. So, like, Regis does get hit. He does rely on his athleticism to kind of get out the way and kind of move up and down. You know who I would like to see Espinal fight? Fulton or Ball. To be honest with you, I don't know if Nick Ball can handle an Espinoza, That dude is so big. Fulton has the boxing attributes, But Espinosa is a tough opponent for anybody. Like, he's literally like Fedor in that division. So, he's arguably number 1, number 2 in that division without a doubt. But those are the other champions. So, unifications, undisputed. If those are the ones that have the belts, those are the fights that I want to see too. So, delete this account and uninstall YouTube from your phone. I've had enough. Dang. That's funny, man. But yeah, this main event, dude, this main event is going to be a good main event, man. Like, I really think that Ken is going to be lured into a firefight, and I'm curious to see how he handles it. Like, it's going to be a tough fight. Regis, Prograis, Jojo, Diaz. Is this a 10 or 12 round fight, too? That's the other thing. They will be fighting a 10 rounder, okay. Fight night. What fight's going on next week? Let me check. Boxing schedule. Bro, Prosper, you ain't gonna tell me shit. In my opinion, I ain't obligated to. You're to respect my G, ain't her. He's trolling, Con. Like, not, he delete the account. I've had enough. Like, I can tell, like, he's saying, like, I've had enough with you. He's not speaking like super seriously. So next week is gonna be Marco Cuello versus Sergio Rios Jimenez, Omar Trinidad Lorenzo, William Foster third. Man, dude, this is about to be a rough month of boxing. Yo, you know what's crazy? Oh, what up, Top Kill It? Who's next? I got it right here. Regis, Prograis, and Jojo Diaz. That's the next fight. And then we got the main event. This is a pretty rough month of fights, man. Like, yeah, this is a pretty rough month. Because we were supposed to get Tank Roach this month. Next month, we get Canelo Crawford. We get Inoue versus MJ. We were supposed to get Chris Eubank and Conor Benn next month. But, I mean, September, yeah. Then we got November, which is David Benavidez versus Anthony Yard. What, Brian Norman, Devin Haney, Abdullah Mason, and Sam Noakes. That's about to be that's going to be a fun day. I'm supposed to actually go out to Cleveland sometime to go get some stuff with Abdullah Mason and do like a camp with him. So keep an eye out for that, because I'm planning to go out to Cleveland and get some coverage, man, because that's going to be his first world title fight. So get to see what the Masons look like in the gym. Regis Diaz. Are you asking who do I think is gonna win? I think Regis is gonna win the fight. I just think the momentum, like, I feel like he's the fresher of the two. I think he's had better performances, even though he's lost. He's been more competitive against the better opposition. He's only lost against quality opposition. Losing to Devin, losing to Josh Taylor. I mean, it's really nothing to be ashamed of. And in Jack Catterall, which was very competitive, he actually dropped him. So I'm gonna go with Regis for right now. Yeah, I know it's all games at the end. Ain't no big. I love it, low key. Said, mid fight family 100. Yeah. Canelo thinks Crawford is better than Roy Jones. Sweet Pea, De La Hoya, Flamer, Bivol. Yeah, I just watched that. But you know what? I'm not mad at that. Because, to be honest, I think he's doing that to sell a fight. You know what I mean? Like, because think about it. If you want the fans to watch you fight Terrence Crawford, which some people feel like it's a mismatch, and you're saying that you feel like he's tougher than the opposition he's a better opposition than the people that beat you. I mean, it's really more just marketing, right? Because you want to build your opponent like, yo, I'm fighting a guy that is better than Floyd and Bivol. Y'all gotta watch this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's just old school boxing marketing. I really don't understand when fighters diss their opponents in a way where they're like, you're a bum, you're trash. How do you even make it here? It's like, Well, then why are you fighting him? I think that's just what Canelo's doing. He's just bigging up Crawford's accolades in that kind of moment. Even though we've seen him on the press conference kind of saying, like, you're a good fighter. You're cool. You're no different than all these other guys. Like, Canelo's technically contradicting because he's dissed him, but now he's complimenting him. But like I said, he's doing that because he's feeling the need to build up his opponent. But we'll see fight night, man, because if Crawford goes out there and beats his ass and stops him, then Canelo has a great claim of saying why he feels he's better than all those fighters. But really, at the end of the day, I mean, Crawford's going in as the underdog, relatively, because a lot of unknowns. He's going to 168. So, same thing I was thinking. Yeah. Who wins, Virgil or Boots? You got Ortiz. I think on paper it's really kind of like a 50-50 fight. Virgil has the better resume by beating guys like Madrimov and other opponents, former world champions. I know that Boots has beaten Stanionis and Sergey Lipinets. Those are the two champions. And it's really one of those type of situations where if Boots is forced in a fire fight, Virgil, I don't know. I really don't know, because I feel like Virgil's boxing is underrated to a degree, because we saw some of it with the Madrimov fight. I think Boots can box, but he tends to get hit. I don't know if he does that intentionally because he doesn't respect the power, or he's very leaky in it, or relies on his athleticism too much. I mean, like, I feel like I want to favor Boots. But it's hard to tell. It's a really great fight. You know what I mean? I think Boots does better with pressure fighters than he does with boxers. So Virgil will have to implement some form of boxing, in my opinion. As crazy as that sounds, to have some success. Some good footwork, some movement, be creative. I think Boots likes to fight in that phone booth style. As much as it feels like Virgil is amazing at it, we've seen Virgil get caught inside when he fought Boyacek. When I was at that fight, I kind of thought Boyacek did edge the Virgil fight. Extremely close fight, but I did think Boyacek won more rounds to me. But it's a great fight, honestly. And I wouldn't be surprised they fight as soon as next year. I know a lot of people have been dissing Boots, but I really think they're going to fight next year. Like, mark my words. I think they're going to fight sometime next year. I may looking forward to the battle of the big babies on the Canelo Crawford card. Winner gets a Gerber's fathers. I mean, it'll be an interesting fight, right? What up, Rob? What's up, dog? Yeah, we're getting ready for this Regis and Jojo fight. They're both in the ring. I mainly look forward to the battle. Oh, yeah. I think it'll be an action-packed fight. Big Baby's going to try to pressure him. Jared's going to try to box him. So, they're going to duke it out, man. But they've both been stopped before, so I wouldn't be surprised if something happened when one of those two guys got dropped and got hurt. It's heavyweights. Time for Regis and retire and enjoy life. If Regis loses to Jojo Diaz tonight, yes, I agree. Without a question. Without a question. I absolutely believe so. While they're doing the announcements of Jojo and Regis, just let everybody know real quick. Tomorrow I will be doing the grand finals for Evo. Evolution is pretty much a fighting game tournament. The best fighters in the world compete in all the games like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, you name it. I'll be essentially doing a watch party with the actual gameplay footage while I actually be commentating, reacting to the grand final. So if you guys are into fighting games, I know it's FightHype. We cover boxing, a little bit MMA. This is fighting games. It's technically fighting. But Evo is out in Vegas. It's a great event. I've been there 3 times. It's awesome. Everyone's played some sort of Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, so I'll definitely be going on live tomorrow and be streaming all those events and all those fights. Grand finals tomorrow. Dryness is a non-issue. He has skills but no heart. You think he has no heart? What makes you say he has no heart? All right, I'm getting ready to call this fight. Regis Prograis versus Jojo Diaz. I'm invested because I've been covering both those guys for practically a decade now, and it's crazy that now they're kind of in their crossroad fight. Time just flies by, man. I remember just meeting Regis and Jojo early in their career before they both became world champion, man. And now here they are in their crossroad fight. Definitely last chance to make something matter, man. Two former world champions, both southpaws. You know, Jojo has an Olympic background. You know, Regis is a two-time world champion. You know, Jojo's definitely moved up in weight over time, while Regis has always fought at this weight. Regis goes to the body. Jojo's on his back foot. And Regis throwing some very strong power. Definitely opposing his will a little bit on Jojo, while Jojo is still trying to get a rhythm together. Regis is throwing some really strong jabs. Jojo throws a hook to the body and lands a good left hook over on Regis. Regis's defense has always been a little leaky, man. He relies on his athleticism to get out of the way, but Regis is throwing some heavy punches. None of them are really landing. A lot of jabs from Regis right now, while Jojo's just still trying to get a good rhythm in. A right hook to the body from Jojo, but Regis lands a good jab. Good left hook to the body from Jojo, and they clinch. Regis lands a left hook off the break. Good jab from Regis. Seems like it's a Regis round right now. His activity is pretty high. He's landed a lot more effective shots. Good right hook to the body from Jojo, though. Regis tries to get it back. Throws a couple punches to try to neutralize that body shot. A lot of left hooks from Jojo. Good. Oh, shit. Jojo hurt Regis. Jojo hurt Regis with a left hook. Oh, shit. Jojo's hurting Regis. He's catching it with hooks. He catches with a right. Oh, shit. Regis is hurt. Regis is about to go down. Regis is rocky. Oh, my God. Regis is hurt. Jojo's. Oh, my God. Hold. Clinch. Regis needs to clinch. Jojo hurt Regis. Holy shit. He's still wobbling. Regis is still wobbly. Oh, shit. Hey, yo, Prosper. Oh, shit. Who else? Oh, my God. He's about to go down. Jojo's beating the shit out of Regis. He's just eating hooks off the first round. Whoa. Yo, MYT Boxing said it, too. Oh, my God. Bro. Dude, Regis is done. Regis is done, bro. Regis is cooked. Man, I said it, man. His defense is leaky, bro. He's always had a leaky defense. You know, I just wonder, like, he just didn't respect Jojo Diaz, man, and a left hook catches Regis, and his whole body just did the stanky leg, man. I'm surprised Regis didn't go down. He's not motivated to take chances to show his greatness. He's one breakout fight away from a stardom. He needs a formidable rival and a highlight win. Are you talking about the drawn shit? Yeah. Next Saturday, Moses and White, Nick Ball, Goodman, Raymond Ford. I mean, look, that's a good card, not a pay-per-view card, man. That Jimbo. I did not expect that. Let's go, Jojo. Wow, yo, man, dude, Jojo caught Regis lacking, not respecting his power And Jojo legitimately damn near stopped Regis Prograis at a point, man. Regis is a warrior. I mean, yeah, but he needs to get them hands up, man. See, Regis always relied on his athleticism to slip out of the way, and even when he did, he still got hit. Like, he never impressed me as a defensive specialist. He was a very strong, athletic, explosive fighter that tried to overwhelm his fighter with very strong shots. His footwork has never been great, but a lot of heart. Throws a lot of combinations. Noodle legs. Jojo Diaz. Oh my god. What up, big jackass slots. That was crazy, bro. I did not expect that. But there's a lot more rounds in this fight, and maybe that was one moment that Jojo Diaz got. But shit, dude, Jojo. Maybe I'm underestimating Jojo just because the fact that he has 7 losses. He hasn't been performing very well. Lost a lot of his lost fights, but he's still an Olympian. There's still a lot of experience in him. And he obviously has power that can hurt Regis, man. Who was the one that was saying that Jojo came in really good shape? I couldn't remember who was saying that, but you might be right, man. I just been so conditioned that Jojo just not win these fights. Good combination from Regis. He's starting to get some good shots in on Jojo. Yeah, man. I don't know if Regis is going to be able to really hurt Jojo Diaz, man. But we definitely saw Jojo hurt Regis, which is crazy. So, good left hook from Regis. Regis starting to dominate this round. It feels like Regis can easily dominate these rounds, but then you kind of worry, like, is he going to get caught with another shot? It makes you wonder, like, is his chin a little suspect tonight? Or does Jojo have sneaky power? But regardless, we know that Jojo can hurt Regis, and at any moment, you kind of worry for Regis if he gets caught with something crazy. Jojo went through a lot of outside of boxing, getting sober and coming to Christ. Yeah, man. Custody battle with his kids, dealing with alcohol addiction, depression, a lot of adversity. Oh, shit! Is Regis hurt again? Did Jojo just hurt Regis at the end of the round? What the hell? Oh, bro, Jojo about to stop Regis, man. Oh, my God. Hey, I definitely picked this shit wrong. I definitely got this wrong. I thought Regis was going to win this fight. Wow, dude. Golden Boy just literally signed Regis. They made him fight their former Golden Boy signee, probably assuming that Regis was going to win the fight, right? But only for their old Golden Boy fighter to beat their new one. Absolutely insane. His coach said it's going to be an upset. I mean, look, coaches always say that about their fighter, right? I take that with a grain of salt, but hey, maybe he really saw something. If Jojo's doing this to Regis, puts Devin's win in context, Haney will have problems with not necessarily Zach, because remember, Devin also beat Jojo as well. These are essentially two people that Devin has beat. And I've seen what Devin was able to do afterwards, because Devin used Jojo as a sparring partner later on. For, ironically, Regis. Alcohol causes depression. Yeah. I agree. It's a downer. Right? They call alcohol as a downer, so yeah, he's hurt again. Yo, this is crazy. Regis about to get stopped, bro. And Regis has never been stopped. Man, Regis does not have punch resistance right now, man. Regis legs aren't in Chicago tonight. Nah, bro. Damn, bro. Regis' chin is suspect. He got dropped in Devin's fight. He got dropped in... Oh, good right hook to the body. A good combination from Regis. Regis starting to let his hands go. He landed a good left hook on Jojo. Got to be careful in exchanges. Jojo might be setting him up to land a good counter hook in between, because Jojo definitely has a good chin. He has a great heart. So Jojo could probably land a good shot in between these combination Regis is throwing. But yeah, man, he's been dropped by Devin. He's been dropped by Jack Catterall. Father Time might be catching up to Regis. How old is Regis? Regis is 36 years old. Possibly, yeah. Upset of the night? I would assume so, UMG. I really thought this was a kind of a setup fight for Regis, right? I mean, Regis is getting off on this round. I mean, he's winning this round so far, just like the last round. But Regis got hurt 2 out of the 3 rounds so far, so. Good left hook that catches Regis. Oh, and a right to the body. Yo, is Regis hurt again? Regis shakes his head no, but he's starting to catch some serious hooks, and he catches the left hook. Oh, man, Regis is getting touched up by Jojo. Regis is firing back. Throwing combinations. This is a war, man. Regis always puts himself into these kind of slugfests. Same with Jojo, man. Jojo's 32. Yeah, but he's like an old 32. Good left hook by Diaz, man. Kind of caught Regis right there. Yeah, man. Jojo is an old 32 because of the amount of wars he's been in. But you can still see he's still able to take punches way better than Regis. Devin will feel Norman's power and run. I mean, I don't know, man. It's a tough fight, Zach, because I really don't know what Norman's capable of doing with a guy that fights like Devin, you know? Is Norman really good at cutting off the ring? Does he have the ability to land a shot on Devin, you know? But I do feel like if he lands some good shots on Devin, I mean, it's obvious that he has power. It's a very dangerous fight. But we'll see, man. Devin definitely has great movement. He's very athletic. He's long and rangy. Might be bigger than Brian Norman. So as long as Devin doesn't get caught with some crazy shit, good job from Regis. Good job from Jojo. Regis threw a right hook and missed. As of right now, it feels like if Regis doesn't get caught with anything that really hurts him, he can win the round pretty comfortable. But outside of it, you just kind of sit and wonder, like, is Regis not going to get hit? Because his defense is not superb. Man, but the fact that Regis got hurt in the first round blew my mind. And in the second round, by the very end of that, good left hook by Regis. Jojo tries to retaliate. They clinch. They're throwing hooks inside the clinch. Ref breaks them out. Devin by Sweet Science. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad pick. I think Devin is the favorite. Prograis is starting to tee off on Jojo right now. He's starting to land a lot of good shots on Jojo. Oh, good left hook. Regis is getting busy on Jojo. Jojo's landing a lot of good shots. Jojo's bleeding. He's bleeding on his left eye. I don't know if that's from like a headbutt or from a punch. Oh, man. Jojo has a really bad cut. Oh, no. And we're in the 4th round, meaning that if they stop the fight. Accidental headbutt ruled the cut. So we're in the 4th round. If the doctor does stop the fight, I believe we'll get a no contest? Because it's only 4 rounds? Ooh, this is a really bad cut. Norman's actually a favorite now? Okay, they've changed it. Yo, any update from FightHype on Top Rank coming to the zone yet and releasing their false? I haven't got any information yet, to be honest. I do know that they're still doing club shows right now, Jimbo. There's actually a Top Rank card tonight. They're using like a boxing app. I think it's like $20, but as of right now, I don't know anything about the details of their new potential networks. But there will be Top Rank events and Top Rank cards. I just don't know if they're going to all be televised because they want to keep their fighters active. So kind of a weird state. You know, Top Rank still putting on shows, just not on ESPN or nothing like that. Kind of sad, you know what I mean? All right, then we're going to let Regis and Diaz continue fighting. I didn't stop my clock, but Jojo goes right after Regis. Oh, good left hook by Regis. Regis is firing away, but then, oh, Jojo! Regis slips on the floor, and Jojo immediately punches him on the ground. I know it was out of instinct. It was out of accident. I don't think it was done intentionally, but damn. I was afraid that punch was gonna like do something serious because Regis' chin's been rocky tonight, man. Don't be catching Regis on the floor, man. Might put him out. Regis with a couple good jabs sends Jojo Diaz back. They're brawling. Jojo's fighting with a sense of urgency, knowing the fact that he has a cut and he's left and a right by Regis. Regis is boxing pretty well. Jojo's trying to smother Regis' punches. They clinch. He's throwing a whole bunch of punches. Regis getting good distance. Good left hook. Jojo's starting to throw some good shots. They're just trading. They're just trading. They're just trading in the clinch. They're just trading. But yeah, Norman's actually a favorite now. Let me see. Norman versus Haney odds. Boxing analysis are currently favoring Brian Norman with the slightly better odds to win. Really? Devin Haney, Brian Norman, odds trader. Let me see what the odds are. What does FanDuel say? Wow, FanDuel has Brian Norman as the favorite. Damn, Devin's the underdog. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. I just remember seeing Devin was the favorite in the beginning. I really didn't know who would be the favorite. Oh, man. Good combination from Regis. Tim Bradley picking Norman a junior win. In all fairness, Devin's a great boxer, but Bill gets people to root against him. I mean, I think Tim makes good analysis picks. I mean, everyone gets stuff wrong. Oh, good jab from Regis. Jojo's putting a lot of pressure on Regis. Not having the success that he did in the first round, Regis made a lot of adjustments. That's if Devin's able to get all those fights, you know? Boxing, you know, obviously is politics, so we'll see. Regis is boxing Jojo pretty well, but he eats a right and a left hook. Jojo catches Regis with a couple good hooks. Oh, and he catches Regis with a good left hook. Regis shakes his head. Man, Jojo catches Regis with a good left hook, but he's bleeding all over the place from the headbutt in the 4th round. Regis throwing a lot of good hooks to the body. They clinch. Division's free for the taking, yeah. What up, Jesus? Who's winning? So I have Regis winning right now 3-1. But Jojo actually hurt Regis in the 1st round. Might have almost dropped him and may potentially could have stopped him. But Regis didn't go down. He hurt him bad. And at the end of the 2nd round, after Regis was doing really well, he got hurt at the end of the round too. So Regis is winning the fight based off activity, throwing a lot of shots, landing more significant shots. But Jojo has had the more effective shots at the early rounds where he was able to actually rock and actually hurt Regis Prograis. I've never seen Regis Prograis look as hurt and as bad as he did in that 1st round from Jojo Diaz. So, but Regis is definitely getting caught here and there. He's the more active fighter, and I think he's winning the fight. But Jojo lands the shots that actually seem like they actually hurt Regis Prograis, which may potentially at some point be another time where Regis is going to be in a lot of trouble if he gets caught. So right now I got Regis winning, but Jojo is definitely hurting Regis. You know, who you got in the Kenneth Sims fight next? I have it 45-55. I wouldn't. It's really a coin flip. Is how I feel. But if I had to give someone the edge, I would give Duarte the edge right now. But I wouldn't be surprised Sims wins because he's been the underdog in other fights like Elvis Rodriguez and pulled it away. So he's a very live underdog. He's fighting in his hometown. He can box. He sparred with a lot of great fighters. So Jojo pillow fits. How he's reaching. He is. He's hurting him, Jesus. Like, bro, I was screaming at the top of my lungs when Regis was stanky leg drunk. Like, he was drunk. Like which way did he go? Which way? Like, super duper drunk. Super drunk. But there's a headbutt that they had in the 4th round. So at any point, this fight could get stopped. And if so, I think Regis will win the fight if the cut is the reason why the fight no longer remains. But how's the attendance? It's hard to tell. It's kind of dark. I mean, I didn't really look at it. I'm sure it's an okay crowd, you know. It's a Golden Boy promotion in Chicago. Yo, what up, Attorney Bailey? What's up, my guy? Regis' legs are gone. Damn, dude, I need to stop this clock. I haven't stopped it. Yeah, dude, he's a little concerning for me. I'm not gonna lie. Regis has kind of let me feel like at any moment in this fight that Jojo can catch him again and hurt him. Like, I don't feel confident that Regis can make this fight an easy fight because Jojo can hurt him. I don't think there's nothing Regis can do to make this easy. The way that he fights, the way he brawls, he engages, there's really nothing he can do at the age of 36 to prevent him from being in a position of potentially getting rocked again. But he's winning. He's throwing a lot of active punches. He's the busier fighter. He's catching Jojo with a lot of shots, but just none of the shots seem like it's actually rocking him. Like the same way that Jojo gets. Sims. Is Kid Austin ready for Shakur? No, I don't think so. But anything can happen, you know. It's a fight I want to see, though. You got to make the fights. Because I might be shocked, just like how I was shocked that Jojo was beating the shit out of Regis that 1st round. Jesus. A person got Sims by decision. Oh, shit. Did Jojo hurt Regis? See, that's what I'm saying. Jojo just hurt Regis again. Regis' legs look gone, man. Oh my God. I've never seen Regis buckled as many times in this ever. I've never even recall seeing Regis really buckled. Good left by Regis. Who's winning, my boy? What up? What up, Harmino? I got Regis winning the fight, but man, dude, Jojo definitely feels like he can hurt and maybe even stop Regis at a point. He is teeing off on Regis. Regis better get Jojo off. He's taking a lot of punishment. He's getting an uppercut. Jojo's starting to tee off on Regis. They are teeing off. Regis is looking a little rough this round. Regis is looking a little rough. Jojo looking like the guy that can go 100 rounds at this rate. Oh, and he catches Regis with a right. Regis needs to get his hands up. What is he doing? Regis has his hands down. This is not good, man. Regis is winning the fight. He catches Jojo with a good left, but Jojo has a great chin, great heart. You're seeing there's starting to be a fight where if Regis can make it to the finish line, he might be able to win this fight, but man. Oh, man. Jojo catches Regis with a right. Regis is hurt! Regis is hurt again! Regis is hurt again! Regis is hurt again! It eats a left! Regis is eating a left! Regis is hurt again! Oh my god! What the fuck? Regis is hurt for like the 4th, 5th time, bro. He is not gonna make it. He cannot make it all the way. The rate that this is, he's clearly outperforming Jojo, but he can't take a punch from Jojo. Remember when Jojo beat 10-4 with the nastiest cut in the world? Yeah, I do remember that. Jojo Diaz corner cut, man, sucks. I mean, dude, that's a pretty rough cut. That's a pretty rough cut. It's right at, and he's getting hit a lot. He's getting hit a lot when you need stitched around when you need him. He's getting hit a lot though. Like Regis is touching him a lot, but it is a slugfest, man. Jojo underrated, beat Tevin, former world champ. I know for a fact, yeah, I know, right? I know for a fact that Tevin's team didn't want that fight because they thought it was a dangerous fight for Tevin. They thought they could lose the fight. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh, shit. Then I'm going to have to pick Jojo Diaz. And essentially, yeah. Definitely was right. Bro. We're in the 7th round. And I definitely gave that last round to Jojo Diaz, man. It just seems like when Regis is able to not get hit by Jojo or hurt by Jojo, he wins the round. But when Jojo actually catches him with some stuff, it's over with. He loses that round because he's just taking so much punishment. Regis' body language when he gets caught with something flushed by Jojo is telling, man. He can't take a punch. He gets hurt. His legs get wobbly. I wouldn't be surprised if Jojo got 3 of these rounds, man. Meaning that it could be tied. Because Regis right now, man, when he gets hurt, he gets hurt. He does not have a good poker face. His body just lets everybody know he's hurt. But he's boxing pretty well right now. Kind of looks like a Regis round. Dude, if Jojo stops Regis, that is a hell of a comeback. Hopefully it goes to full 10. Who's coaching Regis? Coach Karoma, BC. Coach K is his new trainer right now. Good right hook by Regis. Regis definitely looks like the better boxer of the two, and he's a lot more active, but... Oh! Good left hook by Jojo. Regis looks a lot better this round so far, but every once in a while, Jojo lands a good counter, a good shot, and it just makes me nervous, man. Another sneaky left hook by Jojo. This is a great fight. Could care less if they both got a wash. I mean, it's kind of like a fight for us, right? You know, I don't think neither one of these guys beats any of the top guys. But for us, this is a great fight. You know, I thought Regis was gonna beat Jojo. I thought it was gonna be one of those type of fights. But I do know his defense is very leaky. But I did not know his chin was suspect tonight. It's a Regis round until he gets caught again. Yep, you told it the best. It's a Regis fight until he gets caught. Regis' career is spiraling out of control. This is madness, bro. This is absolutely madness, man. Hopefully coach tells him to keep it. He has. BC, he told him the first round, put your hands up. That's just not how Regis fights. And obviously with him with a new trainer and stuff like that, can't really change your fighter too much. You can only try to give him the best advice. But Regis always fights with his hands down. He relies on his athleticism. Seems like a Regis round. Regis round in the books until. All right, let me get this. But yeah, this could be a close fight depending on how you see the fight, man. Seems like a Regis round in the book. Battle of the Wash. What up, Elsewhere? That's crazy. I mean, you can't lose this fight, man. Just put the guard on him, jab, cruise to the rounds. I mean, Jojo's punches are hurting Regis. So, like, Jojo's trying to wait for an opportunity and throw at Regis because it seems like Regis' punches don't affect Jojo. You know, Jojo's walking Regis down like he's the bigger man. He's putting a high guard pressure, and Regis is the one that has to box and keep him off him. But if Jojo can get these last two rounds, man, it could be interesting. Yeah, Tristan Calcroof won. We go mad. He stopped him. Oh! Jojo's hurting Regis. Oh! And Regis is fighting back. It's definitely a make or break. And Regis is breaking. But he's fighting back. Now Jojo's on his back foot. Regis is trying to get it back, but Jojo was teeing off on him, man. Oh my lordy. Oh, a right hook catches Regis from Jojo. Damn, dude, this might be a Jojo round, man. He's hurting Regis. Regis lands some serious shots on Jojo. Good right hook, good left hook. But then this right hand from Jojo catches Regis. Did Regis spit out the mouth guard? Regis looks fatigued, man. Regis looks beat. He looks fatigued. He looks spent. He looks... Oh my God. Dude, Jojo is hurting Regis. Regis is fighting off of like pure heart. This is crazy, bro. I did not have this on my bingo list. Jojo Diaz hurting Regis Prograis all night. Jojo looks like the fresher fighter, and he's taking more punches than Regis. Holy shit! Man, dude, that's why you got to make the fights, man. That's why you got to watch the fights, because you're not fighting that record of a man, dude. You're fighting the guy in the ring. You know, that record can be foolish. You know, I was fooled by the record. I thought Jojo was going to lose tonight, man. And even though I think that Regis could be ahead on the cards, he keeps catching Regis with these vicious shots that You have to give that last one to Jojo. So this is where Diaz supposed to come alive. Word. Ooh, I could see this being like a 5-4. We're in the 10th round right now. Yo, they're fighting at welterweight? Damn, dude. Jojo can win these last couple rounds. He can win this fight. It's just the activity from Regis alone is what keeps him in. He's very active. He throws a lot of punches. He's landing a lot of punches. You know, Regis is doing great work, but his shots just don't have big effects. You know, while Jojo might land less, but when he does, Regis's legs are all over the place. He doesn't have a poker face. You can tell he's hurt. These shots are definitely affecting Regis, but as long as Regis stays on his feet, doesn't go down, keeps the activity high. But man, dude, I feel like I'm about to scream, dude. There's no way that Jojo does not drop Regis, man. The amount of times he hurt him, I feel like I'm gonna end up screaming. It's a catch weight, 140, 142. Okay, so that's why they call it a welterweight. I saw they had welterweight up there. You think draw UMG? Woof. This is like an appetizer for the main event because you know they're gonna duke it out. Like, which by the way, oh, double right hook on Regis landed by Jojo. Regis fires hooks to the body. Just so everyone knows, Kenneth Sims also trained by the same person as Regis. So you're gonna see the same trainer and same team on the corner of that fight too. So Coach K got a lot to deal with for the co-main and the main event. Can you stop being over-exaggerating and screaming? I'm sorry, Carl Roberts. What am I supposed to say when Regis is getting caught with these hooks? Oh, shit. Good right hook by Jojo. Yo, Carl, you can't be mad. You can't be mad at that right hook that Jojo just landed on Regis. You cannot. BC, it's on the screen. We're in the 9th round right here. 9th out of 10. Good left hook to the body. Carl, you can't even be mad at me with that right hook that Jojo just landed on Regis. That was as flush as it gets. Regis ate that one really well, though. He ate that one really well. All right, man. Last round coming up. This is a great fight, man. More screaming needed. I don't even think like I'm screaming unnecessary. Like Regis is getting hurt. It says 8. I changed it to 10. My bad, BC. Yeah, I was off for a little bit. I thought it said 9. Okay, my bad. It get louder. I'm just saying, I get excited about fights, man. These shots are vicious. And knowing the fact that Jojo hurt Regis, I'm just picturing Jojo catching Regis with a shot that like actually does send him down. But Regis has not went down. Regis has not went down, so you can be excited as you are. I'm laughing. Yo, what's my score? I don't actually have a scorecard. I've just been watching for what it is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's 5-4 either or. You know what I mean? It feels like Regis could be up. But if he's up, it's only by a point. But Jojo has had a lot of success while Regis has looked a lot more exhausted. You know, the punches that land on Regis gets a better reaction. I think Regis has done the better work, but Jojo has landed like good shots, man. So I could see it 5-4 either or, man. I could see it 5-4, and Jojo has the momentum. So, granted, if Jojo's up 5-4 right now, he's gonna end up winning this. He's gonna end up winning this 10th round, unless Regis does something dramatic, because the momentum's towards Jojo. Yeah. So, Corey, watching the fight, analyzing the channel host. I don't know. If it's not a screen, we don't want it. So does Regis have a chin, or Jojo ain't cracking, or Jojo just ain't cracking her? I don't know, man. I've never seen Yo, Jojo is teeing off on Regis. He lands a good shot. Regis landed a good inside shot. This is either going to be a draw or a 6-4-ish kind of fight. Might be even 6-4 with Diaz, just because the fact that he definitely won the first round. He won one of the middle rounds. And then since then, Jojo's had the momentum for the most part. So this second half has been all Jojo for the most part. So it could be a Jojo Diaz fight in the making. Jojo the Bronze Bomber Diaz. Yo, Jojo Diaz has hurt Regis with... Oh, shit! Jojo landed with a left right hook on Regis. This has to be a Jojo round, man. Dude, I think Jojo's going to end up pulling away this fight, man. What is this? Like, is it Jojo landing good shots? Like, does he have power at welterweight? Like, or is it just Regis chinny now? Holy shit, man. We might end up seeing Jojo Diaz in some more fights, man. Damn, man. I ain't gonna lie. When Regis first said he should have, he retired, maybe he should have, man. This is not looking good. Jojo Triple D Diaz. Good job from Regis. This is definitely a make or break round, man. Like, they have to fight for this round. Jojo Diaz versus Manny Pacquiao 147. Shit, the way that Jojo's hitting, man. And they both throw their hands up. They make it to the distance. They both hug each other. Holy cow. Jojo walks away with his eye bleeding from the headbutt after rocking and hurting Regis Prograis multiple times. Regis had a lot of the earlier rounds by being the busier fighter, having the better work, but Jojo over time slowly but surely kept winning the later rounds, round after round after round. I think Jojo might win this fight. Regis' chin has gotten worse as he got older. Man, someone might need to check Jojo Diaz's gloves, man. He got some heat in them tonight. What up, Joseph Supermax? What's up, brother? What's up, my guy? Who's winning, or who or I guess won? I don't know, dude. I really feel like Jojo Diaz has a strong case. Like, I think Jojo Diaz has a strong case of winning this 6-4. You can have it 5-5. Because Regis did have a lot of the earlier rounds. He had the better work. But after a while, man, Jojo just took control of that second half and just dominated. And that first round, without a question, was the most dominating round between either or. Majority decision, draw, run it back. Diaz been in camp for a long time. He's in Magnus. Yeah, I guess so, man. I didn't know, man. Wow, what a fight. That was a great fight. It feels like Jojo, L. It does. It feels like it's 6-4, either or a draw. I like the work that Jojo Diaz was doing, you know? It's the snack. Just kidding. God moving through him. It could be, man. Jojo. Yo, Prosper, man. Yo, Prosper. You right, brother. Yo, you... Someone else, man, it was MTK Boxing. Yo, there was a couple people that said Jojo. I'm just in shock, Prosper. I'm in shock. I do know Regis's defense is leaky. I know that at times that he can put himself in bad positions. You know, he's not a defensive specialist, but I feel like Regis has fought better opposition than what I thought Jojo Diaz has turned himself into at this point of his career. But I'm wrong. That might been that man, dude. This might be it for Regis, man. And even if Regis gets the decision, by all means, because remember, Regis is the Golden Boy fighter. Jojo Diaz is no longer the Golden Boy fighter. If they squeak it out and they give it to Regis because of, whatever the case is, politics, I don't want to see Regis fight anymore, man. He might need to let it go because he looked terrible in this fight. It's going Jojo. Regis is terrible, bro. I root for him because he's from my state, but he's terrible. Are you going to switch to Marv Nation YouTube channel for Gabe Rosado? He is fighting tonight. He is. You're right. I don't know. I might, Jimbo. Like, I was thinking about watching Evo. I'm a video game nerd, man, and I got the co-stream rights, so I just need Sims to get the job done. 98, 92? 96, 94? Yeah, they gave it to Regis. Those scorecards were ugly, bro. Those are some ugly ass scorecards, man. What an ugly ass scorecard, man. Ugly ass scorecards. This is some ugly ass scorecards, man. 98, 92. They might as well do a rematch, man. 90. I told you. I told you it was gonna be potentially some funky business, man. Yeah, Regis won. I mean, look, Regis did have some of the early rounds, man. '98, '92. Oh my God, man. See, it takes away from a good fight, right? Agree, Ron. Regis knows that he's gone, dude. Regis claimed that he wasn't buzzed after the first round. He said there was a lot of off balance. Nah, bro, he got rocked more than one time. WTF robbery. After all the excitement with Jojo, he loses. 98, 92, man. I knew they were going to give it Regis. He's the Golden Boy fighter. That's what I'm saying. 98, 92? Regis boxed his head off. Nice, sweet sign. Scorecard showed the fight. I thought Jojo won the first round. I thought Regis was doing a great job from that point. He got hurt at the end of the second round, but that doesn't win you the round. I thought Regis won 2, 3, maybe 4, but then Jojo kind of took over from majority from that point on. Maybe Regis snuck like a round or two in between, but it was a very close fight, and it was definitely not a 98-92. That was not an 8-2 Regis Prograis. That was not 8-2. That's ugly, bro. Damn, bro. That could have been Jojo Diaz's best win, man. They need to do a rematch, man. Golden Boy judges. I mean, the thing is, I'm not mad that Regis won. It could have been a 6-4, 5-5. But Y'all motherfuckers don't know boxing. Like, I'm okay with Regis winning. Like a 6-4. But 8-2? 8-2? I mean, he definitely didn't win the first round. 8-2? What'd you score, Chip? How'd you have your scorecard? Boxing's crooked. I wish Victor Ortiz and Amir Khan, now Regis, with all chew sugar-free gum like Mayweather did to straighten that jaw. That's wild. 8-2. 8-2. Yeah, Jojo definitely worked hard for that fight. Damn, dude, I did not expect Jojo to give Regis that tough of a fight. Damn, dude, Jojo never had a chance winning this fight. 98-92? Regis needs to start doing some neck exercise like yo, Regis. Who's Regis supposed to fight now? It's only gonna go up. When you gonna fight Oscar Duarte? Kenny Sims? Well, they're in the same camp right now, but my lordy. I'm not mad at Regis winning the fight, but it can't be 98-92. That's all I'm arguing, man. It can't be 98-92, man. 98-92, bro. I, I just feel like they didn't give JoJo anything. 98-92. Might retire. We know boxing. We also know Golden Boy. But I did call it though, man. I did say that there was a chance that there was a chance that was going to happen, man. Because Regis did win a lot of the early rounds. You know, and I thought it was at a point Regis was up comfortable, about 3-1 at a point, maybe 4-1, but damn, bro. Just do the rematch, man. Make it a 12-rounder, main event, 12 round. Don't even put a belt. Just pay him a little bit extra money. Pay him a little extra more money, man. Bro, I'm so pissed. I thought JoJo had a really good second half. You know, Regis had the better first half, but JoJo had the better second half. So I wonder what was the 2 rounds that judge gave JoJo. The first round clearly. So what was the only other round that Barboza Jr.? Shit, Barboza might will probably beat Regis. It's why the fuck didn't they do a draw, fam? That's a robbery for real. I'm not mad at a 6-4 for Regis, but 8-2 is like disgusting, bro. Joe should have finished him, but damn, man. He tried, man. He tried to put him down. That shit was hard for him, bro. He was hitting him with a lot of shots. Barboza Jr. versus Prograis. Or Jose Ramirez. Barboza Jr. versus Prograis. I don't think that's a good fight for Prograis. Jose Ramirez, maybe. That could be a fight. But I also don't like when judges score the winner based off the score second half of the fight. That's not right either. Well, you score it, Kai. You score it off per round. So by all means, it's just a matter of like 8-2 is just what I'm just tripping about. 6-4, either or I'm cool with. Draw, I'm cool with. 8-2 is what I'm tripping about. So Regis did win, in my opinion, like for sure 4 rounds. Like for sure 4 rounds in my opinion. But so did Jojo. Like that's what I'm saying. So 98-92 is it's crazy. Did the right guy win to you? It was a competitive fight. They both had good halves, right? Regis had the better first half. Jojo had the better second half. It was just a matter of just hearing a scorecard that sounded sensible. 90. I don't even remember what the other two were. I already forgot. I was just so in shock of 98-92. I think it was a 96-94. I don't know what that equates to. Regis versus Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor retired. And Josh Taylor beat Regis. Like a rematch. Or food or tune-up for Ryan Garcia to come back. Could be. Yeah. Regis Prograis could be a Ryan Garcia tune-up. Missed 500 jabs. You talking about Regis or you talking about Jojo? Oh man, we got the main event coming up, man. Kind of an early night, I think, right? I think we're in good shape. Oh, you talking about Regis? He did miss a lot of jabs. Cause I was like, Jojo didn't really throw too many jabs, but he was countering them a lot. Yeah, Taylor did retire. Damn, dude, I'm kind of hungry, man. I don't even know what I want to get. The boxing suits made sure Regis won. It feels like it, man. But you know what? Like I said, I'm not gonna hate too hard. I'm gonna slow it down. 6-4 either or is doable. It just depends on how you see and how you score the fight. I thought Jojo really did dominate that second half, but those shots look like they had effect on Regis. You know what I mean? Like they if not, then Regis has a terrible. He needs to figure that out because he loses rounds in my books by having stanky legs and looking confused and looking lost and wobbling all over the place. All right, now we're waiting for the main event. All right. While we're waiting, man, like I said, tomorrow I will be doing the grand finals of Evo Evolution. Pretty much the best of fighting games, grand finals. If you guys are into games like Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, games like that, the best of the best you can see in Las Vegas from across the globe. I mean, they play everything. This is Killer Instinct, the newest version of Killer Instinct. Tekken 8. Me and Terrence Crawford played Tekken 8 recently. I'll get that up. We played some Street Fighter also. We got some Samurai Sam Show. Oh, whole bunch of fighting games tomorrow. The grand finals will be going down. Fatal Fury. I'm sure you guys heard a lot about Fatal Fury through the ring cards and Turkey Al Sheik. This is Fatal Fury right here. This has been the fighting game that they've been bigging up big time. So I played a little bit of all these games, so I'll be watching the best of the best tomorrow. I don't think Jojo won 6 rounds though, so draw or Regis. I mean, I respect that, Kai. You know, but I didn't see 8-2 is what I'm saying. I saw both of them win at least 4 rounds apiece. Now, really at the end of the day, it really just depends on like if you like the work that Regis was putting in, or if you like the effective shots that seemed like they were hurting Regis over time. But Regis was definitely the more active fighter, the busier fighter. But that second half, a lot of the shots that Jojo was landing seemed like they had a lot of success. So, but that's just my opinion. You know, I would have been cool with a draw as well. I felt like a draw would have been probably very respectful. Let me see. Which one? This is Grand Blue. Yeah. Zayas and Fedor versus Boots versus Ortiz versus Muay Thai. Who comes out victorious at 154? I think Zayas is the guy that probably is he's the youngest male champion right now, younger than Brian Norman. He dethroned him there. I think he has a lot of work still. You know, he needs a little bit more experience, just my personal opinion, because, you know, Muay Thai or Bakram, that dude's a problem. John Ennis, haven't seen it at 154, but you know he'll be a problem. Virgil Ortiz, who beat Majamov in a less controversial or more decisive than Crawford did. Fedor, like we just saw what he did to Tim Tszyu. We saw what Bakram did to Tim Tszyu. So I would favor all those guys kind of over Xander. And we still have to see Boots at 154. But only because Xander is the young pup, man. So the one that comes out of victorious out of it, it's tough, man. They all need to fight each other. I don't even know if I can actually give you an honest answer. You know, I think Fedor right now might have the better resume amongst everybody. So if you want to default to that, the more proven fighter, I do think that Fedor is the most proven fighter at 154 out of that list. But I feel like they all can beat each other. That's the risk when you take for going a distance. Yeah, facts, man. Man, dude, I thought he was going to stop him that first round, man. I'm more of the ring generalship, pot shot kind of guy rather than effective shots kind of. No, and I respect that. I respect that. You know, it really depends. I mean, I could have been in awe of just Jojo affecting Regis, and so I might have like, I might be scoring the rounds based on the fact that I'm giving Jojo maybe a little bit more credit because the fact that I'm not expecting him to do that to Regis. So like that's kind of why I might be more in shock, right? But you know, I could see a case that Regis wins as well, so I'm not disappointed. It's just the 8-2 is the disappointing scorecard. Who was Booth's toughest fight? Without a doubt, Karen. Oh, for sure. Zayas can move almost like Karen, so call me crazy, but boxing master Zayas is Booth's toughest fight. You know, Kai, you're not wrong when I think Boots struggles with boxers. In my just humble opinion, I could be wrong. I feel like the guys that come forward and fight a certain way, he benefits from a come forward fighter. When a fighter boxes and moves is where I think he's gonna really struggle with the most. So, you might make a good case with that. Zayas does have good footwork. That's why they always say styles make fights. I think Boots really needs to learn how to cut off the ring and need to really know how to properly go after a fighter that has great mobility. because I'm not seeing that he's able to really truly do that yet on a professional stage. But maybe he can do it in the gym. Maybe he has that ability. But I think like his weakness is probably going to be a boxer, just like you said, Kai. So great observation, great eye. I'm glad you brought that into attention because I might be downplaying Zayas a little bit because he's young and doesn't really have the resume like the other guys. But that style could potentially cause a lot of problems for certain people. So great observation. Great observation. Man, I'm kind of tired, man. I'm also kind of hungry. I definitely want to get some food right now, or I want to snack on something. Let me see if I can get a snack real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. What up, Eric Bell? What's up, man? We're waiting for Kenny Sims and Oscar Duarte to get in the ring. I have Evo up right now. Zayas don't put his punches together like Karen. Gives angles, but don't punch off angle. Karen does. Yeah, you make a good assessment because he's a Ukrainian fighter. I mean, you've been very high on Karen for a very long time, attorney. So I do feel like he needs an opportunity to fight another no name fighter, really show us like where Karen belongs because um, a lot of people feel like Karen gives a lot of people problems, and he's extremely underrated. He managed to get back. He went through the mandatory position without like a big promoter. Anytime you get highly ranked and you don't have a big promoter, I think he might have been with K2 potentially, but still he didn't have like a PBC, a top rank, someone really big backing him, and he went up there and ranked pretty high. He fought his way up there, so that Eastern European fighter can be really tricky for fighters. So, but we're gonna see what Kenny Sims can do tonight, man. Damn, dude, Oscar Dorsey looks ripped. This is for sure like a hardcore boxing fight tonight. I'm about to go back watching tonight's card in the zone. They got a good flyweight fight on the UFC, but they should rematch Prograis Diaz. What did you think, Eric? Who you thought won that fight? I saw it 6-4 either or a draw, but not that 8-2 shit. That shit was crazy to me. They about to get in the ring right now. I'm gonna get some water real quick. I feel like I'm gonna be screaming a lot this fight. The gamers drinking water like they are in a real fight. Kind of funny. Yo, it's crazy though, right? Oscar Duarte's walking in the ring right now. But like this stuff is like this stuff is real, man. Like it is a packed house with these guys playing at the highest level of fighting games, dude. There you go, more water, more water drink. You be sweating in there, man. Fight these games be intense. All right, let me get back to the boxing. I wouldn't feel bad if it was a draw because it definitely was that close. I agree. Regis won the first half. Jojo, I thought, won the second. Bro, that win over Medueno is impressive. Medueno is a tough fighter. Big, strong, relentless. Oscar Duarte is a threat. Let's see if Bossman can neutralize him. That's what Keyshawn was saying. Like, yo, Medueno was a tough son of a gun. So, SummerSlam 25 was crazy. Nice graphics, definitely. It's crazy that competitive game is not mainstream with NFL. I mean, it's getting up there. But I think the NFL is by far like a league of a whole nother level. You know what I mean? I would have been okay with 6-4 either or, let alone a draw. Rematch would be great to see. All right, Oscar Duarte's in the ring. Damn, Kenneth Sims gets the second ring walk. All right, man. Let's see. Can Kenny Sims win as an underdog in his hometown against Oscar Duarte, the man that's just been running through everybody? Oh shit, he's walking out with a rapper. Was that G Herbo? Bailey, definitely. Yeah, I hate that term weight bully, but Medueno fought at 154. Really? He fought at 154? What the hell? Who the hell did he fight at 154? I'm a fighter. I played in the end. If I'm a fighter, I played in the end, numb by Linkin Park as an entrance. That'd be dope. Yo, like, I'm still surprised, like, nobody brought Nas out for a ring walk. Like, one mic? Oh, bro, I would totally come out to one mic by Nas. That shit would be hard. I loved when Pernell Whitaker walked out to Hip Hop Array by Naughty by Nature against Chavez. Oh man, I love that ring walk. And then there was the guys in the back. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. That was such a dope ring walk. I don't know why I love that ring walk out in the Alamo Dome, but that shit was super like hype. That's one of my favorite ring walks. Yep, check his box right. Keyshawn was fighting a Goliath. God dang. Hold on. I'm going to look it up right now. All right. They're both in the ring right now. I like the DMX song. Oh, yeah. DMX is always good. Devin Haney's came out to a couple of DMX songs, I think. Maybe just one, but he's definitely came out to DMX. Oscar Duarte, Medueno. Let's see. He fought at 154. Who the hell did he fight at 154? Yeah, but he's also fought at 135. 135, 135, 135. When did he fight 150? Kenny Ferguson. He's fought at 154? I don't think so. I don't think so. You might be thinking of another fighter. Tag team. Tyson, definitely. Oh, yeah. The Prince one with Whoa Black Rob. Oh, yeah, Prince Nassim. Chuck Liddell. Welcome to the Terror Dome. Tyson's Ring Walk. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of good ones. Those are all good ones there, too. Some of them are like, of course, like they're classic. You know what I mean? Classics. You know? Like, I feel like Crawford walking out with Eminem will always now be a classic. Fighting Spence. Like, Lose Yourself. Like. Tag team hoop. There it is. But I love when Pernell walked out to that hip hop array. All right. All right, the fight's gonna start real soon. They're announcing Oscar Duarte. This is about to be a rough and tough fight, man. Like how Floyd did it. It's gonna be a rough and tough fight. Yeah, I think it's gonna be one of those, man. J Rock win. Yeah. Deontay Wilder came out to that, right? For the Tyson Fury first fight. Win. Win. Yeah, that song's fire. Is this a 12-round fight? Or it's a 12-round fight. Alright, cool. Let me up the rounds. Oscar will bit this game, guess. What's up, man? Those are Korean. You're Korean, man. I could tell by your. Okay, we're doing a fault. Rodolfo Flores at 140, not 154. I mean, he is. He's also. All right. Let's start it. All right. First round. As long as Ken uses his boxing ability, uses the mid range, and doesn't allow Oscar Duarte to get into a fast start. A couple good jabs from Kenny. It's going to be kind of similar like the Regis Prograis fight. He's definitely going to want to win at these early rounds, man. Ensure that he can be ahead. And damn, Duarte looks shredded, man. Kenny showing good boxing ability, landing a good right hook to the body. Duarte's trying to put some pressure and push Kenny against the ropes. What up, Mommy the Great TV? Happy Pride Day. Today's Pride Day? Good combination from Kenny. Duarte just kind of just walking slowly. Maybe just trying to get the rhythm in. Duarte tries to throw a sneaky right uppercut. Ken showing good mobility. Duarte's tough. Silkio Moga Money's Blood by Pat Thompson, African music. That Zuma Nelson. Oh, Duarte's digging to the body on Kenny right now. It's starting to open up a little bit. Good jab by Kenny Sims. Couple good shots from Oscar Duarte landing on Kenny Sims. Good jab from Kenny. Couple good jabs from Kenny. Oh, good right hand. Oh, Duarte's starting to pick it up on Kenny. He has him on the ropes. Yeah, I'm going to score the fight. I'm going to score this fight. Oh, good right hand by Kenny. I think this first round is a Kenny Sims round, to be honest. Let me get a notepad real quick. I'm going to score this UMG. All right. First round, 9-10 Kenny. I think Kenny Sims was a little bit more comfortable. He was a little bit more active. He was boxing. He was picking his shots. Duarte every once in a while would probably land maybe a shot. He picked it up a little bit more at the end of the first round, but still, Kenny seemed very busy, very active. I like what I saw. But there's some serious power coming from Oscar Duarte, so can Sims defend the pressure for 11 more rounds? I mean, we'll find out. It definitely feels like Duarte's just pacing himself, you know what I mean? Knowing that he got 12 rounds, so I mean, I've seen Kenny be in some wars with Akhmedov and fight very tough for an extended period of time, but that's not the ideal fighting style. Unless, you know, Duarte forces it on him. 9-10 Ken, yeah, I agree. He felt Duarte, shook it off. I mean, that power is real from Duarte. Definitely the key is to win and bank a lot of these early rounds, man. You definitely want to make sure that you're ahead going to the later rounds because I feel like Duarte's going to turn it up. He's going to have to turn it up. But Kenny's just outboxing him right now after the first minute so far. Kenny's doing a great job boxing, jabbing, and moving. But Duarte landed a good left hook and is starting to let his hands go a little bit. Couple good jabs from Ken. Neutralizes the distance. Oh, he's showboating a little bit. Duarte throws a couple of hooks and he misses. Ken looks like he's in good control right now. Boxing Duarte's head off. Using that jab. Just constantly peppering him with it. Duarte can't get on the inside. Double, triple jab with a right hook over the top, lands on Duarte from Kenny Sims. Kenny's showboating a little bit, looking like on the side like, oh, look like you overswung. Two good body shots from Duarte and a right uppercut might have just hit Kenny Sims. Good jab from Duarte. Duarte's landing a couple good shots in the last couple of seconds. Kenny's still keeping this fight on the outside, using that range, boxing and moving. Duarte's starting to dig to the body a little bit. Kenny starts to retaliate by throwing to the hooks to the hook to the body. Oh, the right and the left from Oscar Duarte lands on Kenny Sims. Kenny needs to make sure he does not fight on the ropes. Duarte definitely caught him right there at the end of the last minute. Duarte landed a couple of good jabs on Kenny, and Kenny tries to retaliate with a right uppercut. Duarte's starting to pick up the pace a little bit more and lands a good left hook on Kenny Sims on the ropes. Anytime Kenny gets on the ropes, it seems like Duarte recognizes a good opportunity to go after him, and he gets a lot of success from it. So definitely need to make sure he gets off the ropes. Is Sims the bigger guy since he came from 147? I really don't know. I mean, Duarte looks like he's built like a tank right now, UMG. So I don't know, you know, but Duarte will win. Kenneth can't overcome that. I mean, look, that round I'm gonna give it to Kenny, but Duarte's starting to pick up the pace a little bit. You can get a feeling that these are just kind of the early rounds from Duarte. He's starting to rev the engine up. Anytime Kenny gets his back on the ropes, he for sure lets his hands go and he gets a lot of success. So he has a really good left hook, and he definitely digs to the body pretty well. That left hook is very dangerous. If he throws a right, he's definitely throwing a left, but the left could be either to the head or to the body. So Ken has to be having to guess a 50-50 on what direction that left hook is going to go, but he needs to be aware. Duarte has a really good solid left hook. Daddy. Got Duarte on that round. I bet Kenneth won't emoji anymore. He was showboating a little bit too much in that round. Duarte's badly outclassed right now, but hey, Fabio Warrior was outclassed too by Honey. I mean, Kenny Sims looking really solid with his jabs, but if he gets his back on the ropes, that's where Duarte jumps right on him, and Ken definitely gets caught on the rope. So good left hook to the body from Duarte. But man, triple jab, 4 jabs. Kenny does 3 jabs and the 4th one to the body. Good work from Kenny. Duarte throws a couple good hooks to the body on Sims, but he circles away. Oh, good right hand by Kenny Sims. Left hook to the body and right. Duarte's starting to go to the body a little bit more. Kenny throws a couple of hooks. Gets off the ropes. Good job. I'm Duarte's brother. You're Duarte's brother? That's what's up, man. Oh, Daniela Duarte. I mean, look, I know what Duarte can possess, man. It's a 12-round fight. It's a very dangerous fight for Kenny Sims to take this fight. You know, he's boxing like he should against your brother because you shouldn't be engaging with him. Because, you know, Duarte is definitely a really great fighter on the inside. So, he throws a right hook and he misses. Ken gets out the way. Ken's making sure he's not keeping his back on the ropes. Duarte's trying to push him up on the ropes. Ken gets off the ropes and he boxes really well. Duarte is definitely out of position, but a good left hook. They start to exchange some hooks. They're starting to exchange. Duarte's starting to put a lot of pressure on Ken. Ken is looking at the refs, kind of saying one of the punches seemed low. Ken definitely should not engage. Oh, and a good left hook catches Ken, and another left and a right. Kenny Sims might have got caught. I don't know if he's fully hurt, but that left hook was for sure serious. It's like what I called earlier. Duarte has a great left hook. He needs to make sure he gets out of that right hook and that follow-up left. I don't know what that. I was a little confused by it. I think he meant to say Duarte. It might have been a typo. My brother got this. I think he meant to type in Duarte. Yeah, I don't think he actually. I know I read that and I saw that. I always give people the benefit of the doubt, you know. That was actually Kenny was doing pretty well for the most part, but Duarte landed a lot of good shots in that round, and I don't know, man. I might give that to Duarte, man, because I really liked. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was probably auto-corrected. I read a lot of chats, and usually when I see something that, because, you know, he's probably typing Duarte in a sense, because it's his brother. Kenneth realizing there's 8 more rounds. Shit. I mean, there was 10 more rounds at that point. I'm going to give that round to Duarte. I mean, Ken was doing a good job, and I guess you can look at either the second or third round interchangeable, but Yeah, see, yeah, that's what I thought. It was an autocorrect. But yeah, the second round could have been either or. Oh, and a good left hook catches Kenny getting off, turning off the ropes. These left hooks. But I would say the second round is either or. Duarte definitely won that last round, in my opinion. And Duarte's starting to pick up the pace. The momentum definitely seems like it's starting to be Oscar Duarte. He's starting to tee off on Kenny Sims. He's going to have to really make... Oh, and a good right and a left. Duarte's starting to tee off on Kenny Sims. Oh, my God, dude. This... You can definitely tell that the punching power difference is definitely apparent because Oscar Duarte seems like the stronger fighter of the two. You know, the boxing ability is coming from Kenny Sims when he's moving, using that jab, and he catches Duarte with a check Lee left hook, but Duarte's still pushing Kenny Sims back, throwing hooks to the body. Good jab to the body from Kenny Sims. Kenny Sims has to be careful of that left hook and that right hook, man, because Duarte definitely follows up with one, if not both. And he catches Sims with a good left and a right. Good jab from Kenny Sims. Now, as a reminder, Kenny Sims is a very tough fighter as well, so it would be very impressive to see Duarte do any. Oh, and a good left hook again catches Kenny Sims. Wait, what? Why they stop the bell? There's like a whole fucking minute. There's a whole minute on the clock. What on earth is going on? There's a whole minute on the clock. Why did they stop the round? There's a whole minute on the clock. Why did they stop that round? There was a whole minute left on in that fourth round. What the hell? What the hell? There was a whole minute left in that round. That's what I thought. Chicago Duarte looks like a tank. Yeah, for sure, a tank. What the hell? I don't even know how to... I mean, that's a Duarte round. Or 2 minutes. He said Daddy and pause to stay in New York. That's fair. 3-1 Duarte. Come on, Sims. I need to survive 10 rounds. What? What the hell is going on? 2 rounds in a row from Duarte? Yeah, I agree. It could be maybe even 3. Refresh the Wi-Fi, foo. Nah, man. There was a whole minute left in that round. That was definitely a 2-minute round. I'm telling you, that was a 2-minute round. I actually have a timer. I started when they start. So when they hit the bell, I was confused because there's a whole minute. It's a whole fucking minute on my screen. There's always a chance for a KO, at least from Oscar Duarte, because Duarte is a vicious fighter, man. He laying some serious shots, and he's laying some good shots on Kenny Sims. Kenny Sims is a tough fighter, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if it also went the distance. I would be shocked if Kenny Sims was able to stop Duarte, so that's definitely not on my bingo list. Like Katie Serrano. To protect Sims, 4-0 Bossman. You got 4-0 Bossman? Score, I got it 2-2 right now. I could see 3-1 or 2-2. Duarte's Sims is having a pretty good round so far. This is really a fight where if Kenny Sims is able to box Oscar Duarte like he is doing right now, he threw a good right hook, keep Oscar Duarte at bay, make him miss, he can win this fight. But Oscar Duarte, when he lets go and he throws a whole bunch of hooks to the body and catches Sims on the ropes, he definitely can turn the tide big time and win the round. So, but Kenny Sims is having a really good round. I think this might be a round where I'll have to, but he eats a right hook from Oscar Duarte as I say that. And he catches Oscar Duarte with a left after eating a right. Good left hook to the body from Oscar Duarte. Good left hook. Kenny Sims is starting to make an adjustment, but there was some body work from Oscar Duarte in between, so Ken has to be careful. Great boxing from Kenny Sims, but he eats a body shot from Oscar Duarte. All right, I'm gonna give that round to Kenny Sims. I did like the boxing work. Score: Duarte almost beat Ryan. He almost definitely did. Duarte's on roids. You know what's crazy? You're not the first person that's actually told me that. There's actually a trainer that actually told me he actually thinks Oscar Duarte is on roids. I'm not co-signing or saying yes because how on earth am I able to tell? But just to kind of tell you, I did have actually a trainer, like a prominent trainer of boxing, actually call me and actually thinks that he is. So, which is an opinion. You know, I wouldn't say run with that like it's fact, but Duarte's back is ridiculous. It is. He's in absolutely insane shape. But you have 3-2 Duarte. I have it let me hit this clock. I have it 3-2 Kenny Sims, but one of the rounds is a swing round, so I could see it 3-2 either or. But almost a month rent on Duarte. What's the rumor? Yeah, that's what I've heard. But, you know, like I said, like, don't put that coat on nobody because it's just someone's opinion. Does Duarte get more tired in the later rounds? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He actually keeps this pace and kind of picks it up. But I'm only telling you what a trainer told me, just like a story. You know what I mean? I'm just sharing. But I wouldn't say run with it. But Kenny's doing a good job keeping Duarte at bay. Sim needs the power shot to the body on a counter. As long as he can keep Duarte from a good, respectful distance. He's having a good 6th round right now, and he's boxing Oscar Duarte. When he moves to Duarte's right, the body's open. He needs to expose that with a power shot. But he has to be careful not to get caught with that left. Because Duarte landed a good left to the body right there. They both exchange hooks. Ken ties up Duarte, but he eats a right. Duarte lands a couple good punches in the clinch. Gets Ken off. Ken needs to make sure that he gets a better distance from Oscar Duarte because Duarte's starting to beat him to the jab right now. A good combination from Duarte. Duarte lands a good right, but Kenny Sims fires back with a right. This is a good fight right now. Oh, but he eats a lead left. Kenny's trying to catch and counter, but he eats an uppercut and he eats a couple good hooks to the body. He has to be careful. He's back on the ropes, and Duarte's starting to let his hands go. Sims is now back on the ropes, needs to get off. He's trying to catch and shoot, but Duarte definitely caught him with a good shot. And Kenny Sims has his high guard up. Definitely slowed down, but he landed a good left hook on Oscar Duarte. Good right uppercut sends Oscar Duarte's head back. Kenny Sims is starting to get some life back, and he's starting to let his hands go again. They both exchange hooks. Ken is fighting Oscar Duarte. He's throwing hooks to the body. He throws a right. They're exchanging hooks. They're head to head. They're toe to toe. They're both equally landing shots. Some people just got big bodies. Some people just got roid axes. I'm weak. Oh, and a good right from Kenny Sims. And an uppercut from Oscar Duarte. Holy shit, this is an even round. That's as close as a round can get. What up, Joe Dirt? Who's leading, brother? Who's leading, brother? Did they test Duarte? I don't know. Damn, that's a really close round, man. I feel like I like Kenny's work better, but I'll put a double asterisk because I got 2 swing rounds, right? That was a really close round. I can see this legitly being 4-2, 3-3, either or, to be honest. I mean, I currently have Kenny 4-2, potentially 3-3. It's the heavier shots come from Oscar Duarte. The better activity and the better showmanship comes from Kenny Sims. So I feel like Kenny Sims is edging the fight, but he's fighting Oscar Duarte in pockets, and they are exchanging equal shots. So, but I can see this being a draw. It doesn't seem like Canelo versus Crawford fighting. But you definitely can give that last round to Duarte, you know? Look at them roid balls growing on his arms. Who's leading? Come on, Sims. 4-2 Duarte. I can see. Oh, Kenny Sims is on the ropes. Got to get off the ropes. Oscar Duarte is landing some good shots on Kenny Sims. 4-2 Duarte. Sims is on the ropes too much. I mean, he's on the ropes right now, and he's losing the first minute of this round for sure. Window, I gave 2 honest different perspectives. I said I could see a 4-2 either or. 4-2 or a draw. So if you have Oscar Duarte 4-2 or Kenny Sims 4-2, I have more of a preference that I might like what Kenny's doing maybe a little bit more, but I also recognize that same round he can lose too. So I'm appreciating what both fighters are doing, you know? So I literally just gave completely 2 opposite scorecards right there. And right now, this is a Duarte round, but a good right hook lands from Kenny Sims. And I also said it could be 3-3, you know? But Duarte is definitely winning this round right now. Oscar Duarte is catching Kenny Sims a lot in the southpaw stance. His activity, he's landing a lot of flush shots. Kenny's not keeping the same activity like he did in the previous rounds. His jab doesn't seem like it has the same sting. He's inching a little bit closer and he lands a good left hook on Duarte and lands a good left hook on top of Oscar Duarte. But that's interesting that Kenny Sims actually walked towards Oscar Duarte in that, maybe to test something out. Oscar Duarte has Kenny in the corner and he's having some good success, but Kenny's fighting his way out of the corner a little bit. Oscar Duarte's landing some good hooks, but Kenny fires back to the body. Duarte throws a couple good shots back at Kenny Sims, and Kenny Sims fires back, but he gets caught on the ropes with a good right from Oscar Duarte. Oscar Duarte catches Kenny, and it might have, maybe the ropes maybe kept him up. Oh, shit. That's the Oscar Duarte round. Great round, but an Oscar Duarte. Nah, I ain't biased, Wendell. I tell the truth. I bet $2 for Duarte. I mean, look, it feels like the longer this fight goes, it should favor Duarte because it's a rough and tough fight. And you can see Kenny is starting to slow down just a little bit. He's forcing Kenny to fight his fight, which is on the ropes, exchanging, going toe-to-toe. That's an Oscar Duarte type of fight, not a Kenny Sims fight, because Kenny Sims was boxing early on. 4-2 Duarte is nuts. Kenneth is winning but not leading the game. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of rounds going on. And right now I have it 4-3 Kenny Sims with 2 swing rounds. Sims needs a better game plan than getting smashed against the ropes. And as of right now, he definitely needs to stay off the ropes. 5-2 Sims is what you got. You got 5-2 Duarte. Yeah, see, clearly this is a fight where there's some good swing rounds, and it depends on what you like. Ah, shit. I didn't start my round. The reason why I know homies on roids because I am on roids. Oh, shit. I mean, dude, he's jacked. But I can't put that coat on anybody, man. But Oscar Duarte's momentum is starting to pick up really well in this 8th round. He's pushing Ken Sims back. Oscar Duarte landed a good jab. Kenny Sims back on the ropes a little bit. Good body shot from Sims. Oh, the ref is warning is a little low. Oh, that left hook might have maybe almost got through the guard of Kenny Sims. Window says brawl. 12-0 Duarte for sure. Not a lot of action going on right now. Sims is doing a lot of movement. Good left from Oscar Duarte. Oscar Duarte hasn't been able to pin Kenny on the ropes. But a couple good uppercuts sneak in. But Kenny eats a right hook from Oscar Duarte and a left hook to the body. And he eats a jab from Duarte. Oscar Duarte is still putting on a lot of pressure on Kenny Sims. He catches a right and a left. Kenny Sims is not firing back. As I said, he throws a double left hook. Catches a jab to the body. Oscar Duarte walking towards. Oscar Duarte throws a right hook to the body. Throws a right. Kenny gets off the ropes. Goes back to the center of the ring. Yeah, I don't see 5-2. But Oscar Duarte is starting to have a lot of success in the final 30 seconds. Kenny Sims can't let this round get away from him. Not a lot of action in here. It could be essentially anything. Anything could really be a good exclamation mark, but Oscar Duarte pushing the pace. A flurry comes from Kenny Sims, all blocked. Who's winning, fellas? What up, Jake? Duarte be losing, fellas. Duarte has punished Sims more than Sims hasn't done anything but jab. Duarte needs to try harder. I actually have it 4-4. I have it 4-4 with 2 swing rounds. So you know, you got 2 different. This is the big thing. You got 2 different styles. So already you're going to get a difference between people's opinions because one's a pressure fighter and one's a boxer, right? They're both having success throughout the fight with that style. However, it just depends on which one you think is winning more often in the rounds. So the slip movement is the decider for no action rounds. Yeah, and you know, UMG, and some people might feel like the guy that's attempting to push in the pace in the silent rounds might be the one that wins. So it's really a stylistic scoring that is based off what you prefer. Because can Sims last the pressure or Duarte keep up the pressure? Ooh, I actually feel like this fight's gonna go to distance at this point. You know, good jab from Oscar Duarte. Good right hook to the body. 2 good body shots from Oscar Duarte. Kenny Sims fires back with a jab. Couple shots missed. Good left hook to the body from Kenny Sims. Oh, good left right from Kenny Sims. Lands on Oscar Duarte. Duarte lands a good jab on Kenny Sims. Left hook to the body and a right over top from Oscar Duarte. Great combination. A right left from Kenny Sims. This is a great action round. Ooh, man, Oscar Duarte's digging to the body pretty well on Kenny Sims. Good right hand from Kenny Sims. Good jab from Oscar Duarte. Good right hook to the body. And another good left hook to the body. Good body shots from Oscar Duarte. Good hooks to the top. There was a flurry that came from Kenny Sims, but this is starting to look like an Oscar Duarte round. These power shots are starting to be very telling this round. They're landing very flush, very precise. Kenny Sims is fighting Oscar Duarte often, but Oscar Duarte's walking Kenny Sims down a little bit, has him up on the ropes, lands a good left hook to the body, and oh, no, left right. This is Kenny's fighting Oscar Duarte. He's starting to try to get this back after eating some good shots. He has to be careful. Oscar Duarte's landing some good shots, but Kenny lands a good shot that actually looked like it kind of buzzed Oscar Duarte. They're fighting. Oh, shit. Oh, good left hook by Oscar Duarte and a left hook to the body. Oh, good right. Good left from Oscar Duarte. Kenny Sims is fighting off the ropes and lands a good right on Oscar Duarte. Oh, man. What a round. Holy shit. Let me change this. We're in the 10th round. We got 3 more rounds left. Yeah, but teach people how to judge who's the better outboxer, who's landing shots to the pressure fight, who's cutting off the ring properly, not landing shots. Like, come on. I mean, look, Kai, to be honest with you, I really do see both of these guys having success. You know, Oscar Duarte, I thought, won that last round, even though Kenny Sims had some good work in there. Oscar Duarte landed a lot of good shots. And there was a moment where I think Kenny Sims might have buzzed Oscar Duarte. But it was like a sneaky left hook that he caught Oscar Duarte. But it's really, really a stylistic fight where... Oh, shit. Where I'm telling you, it's a preference at the end of the day. Some people are going to really like the certain aggression. You know? And I think I might have Oscar Duarte up by 1 round. But I got 2 swing rounds, so... It's very doable. We're in the championship rounds, you know. I got Oscar Duarte up. You know, I'm giving both guys a lot of benefit of the doubt. And they're duking it out on the ropes. Oscar Duarte has Kenny Sims up on the ropes, and Kenny's fighting back. He's landing good left hooks on Oscar Duarte while Duarte's digging to the body. Oh, man, good left hook from Oscar Duarte. It definitely is obvious that Oscar Duarte is the heavier-handed puncher, too. So it does feel like some of these rounds that might feel a little close, you know, Oscar Duarte is making up for it with hard punching, but it's a very close fight. I'm not even mad at your 5-4 Sims UMG. I mean, it's a lot of good competitive rounds that I could see him being. Good right from Oscar Duarte. Good right over the top from Oscar Duarte. Kenny Sims throws a couple. Oscar Duarte is getting warned for essentially low punching from the ref. My brother does do roids, but shush. Don't troll like that, man. Oh, good combination from Kenny Sims. All right. Kenny Sims is mid-range, keeping the fight from a distance, doing a great job, moving away from Oscar Duarte and getting off the ropes. Oscar Duarte is pushing Kenny Sims on the ropes. A lot of close rounds. Good left hook from Oscar Duarte catches Kenny Sims circling into the center of the ring. All right. Man, dude. My man said, dead ass. Someone called boxing commission out. This should be a DQ. Duarte's sister already snitching. Duarte's a minus 550 live hard rock bet. Damn, really? Man, I might be a habitual fence sitter, but I got this 5-5, man, with 2 swing rounds. So I wouldn't be mad if someone had Duarte up or Kenny up by a round. The head warning to Duarte is big, bro. Never could happen. But I do feel like there's a lot of things that Kenny does that I feel like people might not be appreciating. Minus guys like Kai or UMG. But I think that Kenny is doing some really good work in this fight. Duarte's killing it. It's definitely a doable fight for either of these guys. Winner needs these last 2. I agree. Listen, I think Kenny's doing well. I think Oscar Duarte does well. Good right from Kenny Sims. But yes, this is a fight where you definitely need to close out both rounds. Oscar Duarte throws a good combination that catches Sims on the back. Kenny, he is countering punching very well. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that he might not be getting enough credit for some of that stuff. You know, and he also fights in those exchanges, trying to win that exchange back. If Duarte gets kind of the better of him at a certain point, he tries to fight and gets that. Ooh, Kenny almost tried to get that counter right. Good right. Kenny's actually doing really well this first minute. He turned Oscar Duarte and lands a good body shot. Sims is the hometown fighter. This is a very, very competitive, close fight. Good body shot from Kenny Sims. Seems like Vegas ordered Duarte not to finish Sims. Any chance he has to KO to... I mean, I said it earlier. I feel like looking at their conditioning and how they've been able to take each other's punches, I feel like this fight is going to go to distance. But, you know, Oscar Duarte does have power, so... But Kenny has good mobility, and he's doing a good job moving around. Oof! Oscar Duarte landed Kenny with a good hook. I think they both might have exchanged and landed. I just couldn't see from the angle. This is a good fight. Oscar Duarte gets hit by a good body shot jab from Kenny. And good right hand from Kenny Sims. There's some serious big shots being thrown right now. Good right hook from Kenny Sims. He might be edging this round for me. But then Oscar Duarte lands a good leaping left hook on Kenny Sims. Good defense from Kenny Sims. Dodges about 3 or 4 punches from Oscar Duarte. Kenny lets his hands go. Might have been potentially mostly blocked. Damn, dude. That 11 rounds is a good round, man. Another swing round, man. I feel like I might want to edge that with Kenny. So at this rate, I have Kenny 6, Duarte 5. I could see it being 6-5 to Duarte, but right now I like the poise that Kenny's showing in the last 2 rounds. Sims classier, more efficient. 6-5 Sims. Okay, so if Sims had any power, this wouldn't be close. I agree. It's like Oscar Duarte's power catches up with Sims, especially when he has him on the ropes and lets off a good combination. But Sims will fight back and try to get that lead back in exchange, and he has success too. So they both exchange hooks. If Duarte lands a good shot, Sims would fire back to neutralize it. So you said Sims outboxed there, honestly. Here we go. Vegas made sure they juiced as much money as they could from this fight, but Duarte up by 2 maybe. I can respect that. I mean, look, I can see this fight going either or right now. Who's leading, bro? I mean, I see it 6-5 either or. I think Kenny might be up by potentially a point, but I got 2 swing rounds, so. But right now, I think good jab from Kenny Sims. Winner needs the last round, I agree. Sims fights back, but not enough. The official score, bro. We got one more round, and I'll let you guys know what the official score is right now. The unofficial scorecard has Chris Mannix has Oscar Duarte 106, 103. So he has, I think. Oh, shit. They both exchange hooks. Oscar Duarte is throwing a lot of hooks, but he missed right there. Split decision. I can see that. And like I said earlier, it's really a style, like what you really like. I typically like boxers, so I kind of tend to favor boxers a little bit more. So it could be just my natural instinct to give Kenny Sims a little bit more credit than maybe should be, but draw, you guys see draw, right? So I'm not crazy by seeing how close this fight can be, right? Oh, Oscar landed a good left hook on Kenny. Oscar Duarte's putting a lot of pressure on Kenny. And he lands a good combination on Kenny right now. This might be a Duarte round. I might end up having a draw on my scorecards, damn it. Because this looks like a... Oh, and a good right lands on Kenny Sims from Oscar Duarte. This already looks like a draw for me. And Oscar Duarte lands a good left hook on Kenny Sims, and he catches a right. And a right hook to the uppercut, left to the body, jab. This is a Duarte round. Damn it. I got a draw. Damn it, dude. Unless something dramatic happens right now, I got a draw. Oscar Duarte is cooking Kenny Sims this last minute. Oh, man, he catches Kenny with a good left. Yeah, Oscar's in his bag this last minute, man. Good flurry from Kenny Sims off the ropes as he turns Oscar Duarte to the center of the ring. And we're about to be at the end of the round. And then right there, the fight ends and they hug. Guys, I got a 6-6. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Duarte won that last round for me. Split decision favored Duarte. I can see that. I mean, either or, man. I got a draw 7-5 either or. Like I said, I had a couple of swing rounds. I tend to favor the boxers. Now hear me out. The rounds that I was able to maybe potentially swing were the rounds that I gave Kenny. So if I swung those rounds, one of those rounds that I gave Kenny to Duarte, then Duarte wins. So let me show you a screen. So I put one asterisk, meaning like, all right, it's a swing round, and a double asterisk, like, ugh, like a really like a super swing round. Like I really could see either or. I definitely gave Duarte the last round. Um, these 3 rounds, I felt you could have, especially the 11th and what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th. I felt strongly like those were like super swing rounds. The second one, if you wanted to give it to Duarte, I think I saw Chris Mannix had it 2-1 to Duarte. I think he gave the second round to Duarte, but I scored it 6-6. Granted, if I gave any of my swing rounds, I noticed all my swing rounds were on Kenny Sims rounds, not on any Duarte rounds. So I felt strongly that Duarte won those rounds. So in this case, I see it either a draw, you know what I mean? I either see it a draw or, maybe a Duarte. I mean, this is in the hometown of Chicago, but Duarte is the guy that the unofficial scorecards in DAZN felt like was winning. I see Duarte won GG's. Great fight though, can't complain. Tough fight. Easy win for Duarte. So I see chat has a lot of people that have Duarte. So was it a draw? We haven't had the we haven't had the official scorecard. We're waiting for it right now. Duarte won the 12th round in the fight. Duarte test better, come back negative. He pulled out the whiteboard. Yeah, I mean, that's someone asked me to do it, so give me a guess. Give me a guess, bro. $100 unanimous decision. Duarte won. So it seems like the chat majority feels like more people see Duarte winning. Keep in mind, I'm trying to give a benefit of the doubt both, and yes, I can come off a little bit more. I tend to give the boxer more of the benefit of the doubt because that's kind of like what I'm maybe more biased for naturally in my mind. I can admit to that, but I can recognize the work for both. So 7-5 Sims, Duarte couldn't even hurt him.
Judge Al Gallardo scores at 114,
114, 114 is a draw. So one judge has a draw.
Nathan Palmer, 116, 112.
116, 112.
Fitzgerald, 115,
115. So that's 7-5 and 8-4. Okay, so it's a close fight. Yep, and Oscar Duarte won the fight. Yep. Oscar Duarte won the fight. One was a draw, 114, 114. One person saw it 7-5, and one person saw it 8-4. It was a close fight. Like I showed my score, I scored it as a draw. I had 3 swing rounds, and with that being said, 7-5. Granted, if I changed one, if I changed 2, that would be 8-4. Look, I'm just giving you my honest take. I'm not mad at the scorecards, honestly. But I do feel like there is a case that Kenny Sims could have maybe got a 7-5 somewhere, because I do feel like his boxing may have not got enough credit, but those scorecards kind of reflected how I saw it. I saw it as a draw. You know what I mean? It was a good fight. Vegas was involved. Payout was not over. Not worth their money. Low volume tracker. Split Sims wins. Kenny needed that last round. Should have closed stronger. Duarte definitely closed out stronger. Because if Kenny won the 12th round, in my opinion, the draw would have went to Kenny. It would have been actually a draw because the 7-5 would have went to 6-6. One of the other rounds, one of the judges would have gave it 7-5, and the other would have been 7-5. We would have been at a draw potentially. So really, at the end of the day, that fight was probably a round away from being a draw. And that 12th round, in my opinion, slipped away from Kenny. It was a tough fight for both. Yeah, yep. You don't like that? You didn't like that scorecard, Attorney Bailey? Not smart. Got to win that last round. Vegas should have let Duarte KO Sims. The 12th round cost, yeah. Especially that last minute. I definitely gave it to Duarte. Thank you for your opinion. It looks like a draw. I appreciate it, Gilbert. I mean, I saw it as a draw, but that's me giving Kenny a lot of the benefit of the doubt because you can see my 3 swing rounds. I gave all Kenny, right? All my swing rounds, I gave Kenny the round. So at any moment, I'm 1 round away from giving Duarte the win. So Kenny late explosion. If anybody ever walk up walk up on me. They won the fight simply off coming forward. I mean, you saw it as a 7-5, Kai. So, you know, you saw it as a close fight as well. You know. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, in another world, there could be like a 7-5, you know. You saw 7-5. Attorney said draw or wins by Sims. You know, I mean, Duarte did his thing. I do feel like Kenny probably didn't get enough credit from that guy who did the 8-4. You know, a 7-5 I'm not really mad at for Duarte. Home call is smart. That's a terrible decision. Duarte didn't do shit. I mean, I gave Duarte about 6 rounds, man. I thought Duarte, I mean, he was able to do something. Even if I mean, 7-5. I mean, it was a very close competitive fight. I also saw a draw, but it was just a home call. I mean, Duarte is the A side in sense of like how the name billing works, right? Duarte versus Sims Jr. is what it's named. Even though it's in Chicago, Duarte Sims. So, but I don't blindly score at mindless aggression. That's stupid. No, Kai. Listen. I think your scorecard is solid. I'm not even mad. I think a 7-5 is good. You and me are literally around. You and me are literally around apart. So, you know, I saw a lot of the good work that Kenny did. You know, and maybe the rounds that I thought was poor aggression was probably the rounds where I gave, you know, for sure Kenny. Because, you know, I recognize that just walking forward, even in those exchanges, Kenny was outworking Duarte in a lot of those exchanges. He doesn't have the power that Duarte did, but, you know, Duarte ended up winning the fight, Michael. Yeah, Duarte won the fight. It was a very close fight. Very, very close fight. There was one scorecard that was a 114-114 to draw. I thought it was close, but Duarte won. Yeah, you know, not mad at it. He was hurting Sims, and we know Sims doesn't have much power. There's just, you know, I think Kenny was able to actually hurt Duarte slightly a little bit too, you know. So, but for Rose fam, come on, anyone else here done roids? TRT, like, tell the ball growing on his veins over the biceps are not a sign of, bro. Come on. Yo, Caesar, I'm telling you right now, you're not the first person that made that claim. So, I mean, I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't know. You know, I'm not putting that coat on, but I got a phone call from a trainer after a fight, so. Let's see. But keep in mind, there was a round that was a 2-minute round. Keep in mind, guys. Oscar Duarte won, John. Reminder, there was a round that was a 2-minute round. I can't remember. I think that was the 4th round. The 4th round I gave to Duarte, but keep in mind that was only a 2-minute round, meaning there was not an opportunity for Kenny to work that last round. Man, that was a company decision. They hyped that man the whole fight. Only showed 3 punches the highest after 1 round. They were glazing Duarte and didn't even have a highlight to show. I didn't think Duarte looked like a world beater. I thought it was a very competitive fight. If anything, it was a fight that if it was a rematch, I wouldn't be mad. It was a good fight. Duarte was probably hearing the beat when he got hit. Danny Rosa said, clear on steroids. A lot of people keep saying Duarte definitely looked juiced. Dude, help me out, because I don't have the eye to be like, yo, that guy looks juiced, you know? Bro, Sonic Fox is really a goat. MK. Yo, you saw that Cyrax shit, Moza? I was watching that shit earlier, man. That Cyrax and Grandy combo. He actually almost lost that. Was it? It was in winner's bracket, but dude, he almost lost that set. It was like 2-2 in the final round, but yeah, I mean look, Justin Wong is my GOAT. You know what I mean? That's what I grew up, you know. They both have 8 Evos, so These fights that need rematches, not Fury and Usyk or Bivol and Beterbiev. Definitely not Fury Usyk. Bivol and Beterbiev, I'm cool with a rematch with that. But yeah, this needs a rematch. Regis and Jojo needs a so Regis and Jojo needs a rematch. Duarte looked more jacked at the end of the fight than the start of it. Damn. Do you value face damage? Not really. You know what I mean? Because it really doesn't really tell the story at the end of the day. Some people might cut a little easier. Some people might bruise easier. Some people might have scar tissue. I don't do face damage, unfortunately. It just doesn't really tell the story. I mean, it tells some sort of story, but it doesn't tell the true story. You know, you can see a guy who looks destroyed in the face, but he's really the winner. You know what I mean? So, his doubts. But I had it 7-5 Sims. Good fight. Yeah, man, like, I can't be mad at the scorecards. The Jojo Diaz and Regis fight, that scorecard was egregious. Yeah, so broken, but a lot of the stuff is broken MK. Yeah, that's NRS games, though. You know, like, they have a lot of, I'm not gonna bash the game because at the end of the day, like it's all every game has cheesy mechanics and but that's just NRS kind of games. Like if you've seen how Injustice was, Mortal Kombat 9, 10, you know what I mean? That's NRS games. So that's what those games are. So, you know, if you don't like that type of gameplay or that style, you play another game. But apparently, they both landed 229 punches according to CompuBox, and yeah, they landed according to CompuBox equally same much. However, they claimed that Oscar Duarte had more power punching. He landed a lot more. He landed about 60 more. So he's still ripped, not soft from rehydration. Looked like a bodybuilder. You have the most Adrian receptors in your delt, so it's always the first place to look, then leans to muscle mass. Really, I really don't know a lot. So to be honest with you, I've had a trainer literally call me after the fight that he had with Dueno. I'm dead serious. I got a phone call. I wouldn't be surprised I got a phone call or a text. That was just like, yo, I'm telling you, Ron. But I can't put that on Duarte. You know what I mean? Because that's extremely unprofessional. I'm just only telling you my story, like the things that I've got in my life. That's all. So the funniest part of the fight is when he said, I thought I won the fight. Damn, Mario, chill. It was a good fight. Let's be honest. Duarte got a lot of points from landing on gloves. Potentially. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, you have to be looking for punches not to land versus just looking for punches to land. And what I mean by that is like you have an eye of going, I want to make sure these punches aren't just glove punches or just not just activity punches. You get what I'm saying? So you were looking like how I was looking, and that's why I was able to give Kenny a lot of the credit. Good show, both professional. I agree. I appreciate it. You know, they were good sports about it. You know, Kenny Sims is a classy guy, so him just voicing his opinion, thinking he won the fight is not crazy. But he didn't make a scene or nothing. Like, very classy guy, so I got a lot of respect for that. Especially in his hometown, man, when he fought so hard. Not to say Duarte didn't fight well, but without the juice, Sims went straight up, which sucks in high-level competition. I mean, if that's technically hypothetically true, if he really was on it, then yeah, I agree. But, you know, that's just speculation. Viva la Mexico, Cabrones, Duarte team, yeah. I mean, it was a good fight, man. I literally think you can make a case for both. Did you see Duarte throw over 800 punches? Be honest. I think they said he threw like 900 punches. It didn't feel like he threw over 800 punches. But I don't believe what CompuBox says though. You know, that's CompuBox. Sims Jr. won. I could respect that opinion, Shark. I had a 6-6. Gabriel's out looking like Hector Camacho. Go look. Oh, who the hell is he fighting? You said it was on Marv? I don't know if I'll... People think Duarte juicing but would defend the snack pack SMH. People were stupid. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing there too, man. You gotta look at the snack pack stuff, and you gotta look at everybody. I mean, you gotta look at boxing as a whole. Like, you can't just look at one fighter or one entity and whatnot. Like, there's a lot of shady stuff that goes on in boxing. So, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm only just telling you, like, I've had people call me, but I'm not rolling with that. That's why you never heard me voice or double down or triple down. I just call the fight for what it is. But people are entitled to have their opinions, and people are way more versed in that war than I am. So I'm not putting a coat on a guy who hasn't failed a test. But, you know, 170 body shots to 110. Wow, Sims needs to work on those body. Yeah, Sims didn't really throw a lot of body shots, to be honest. I mean, he threw body shots. But compared to Duarte threw body shots in combinations. Like, Duarte threw a lot of body shots in comparison. But he was trying to match it. Like, you can see that Kenny was trying to match the body shots. Yeah, but they're ringside from the opposite side. Judges can't see, especially from the head movement. Yeah, I agree. Even if he did juice, he still got outboxed, in my opinion. I respect that. Duarte looked like a 154-pounder. Duarte definitely looked massive. For sure. For sure. Who won? Oscar Duarte won. He got the decision. Sims looked like a giant, but didn't bring the power to match his size. Yeah, I mean, Kenny Sims has never been considered like a knockout artist or a hard puncher. So compared to like his peers, Sims has zero power and quit going to the body as well. Duarte couldn't stand the body. It's just he was hurting to the body, you know. And he was having a lot of success in those exchanges because every time Duarte was going to the body, it kind of forced him to go to the body, and he was having kind of the better success, even though Duarte was landing the harder shots. You know, Kenny Sims is a tough guy. So that's why at a certain point, I was like, this fight's going in the distance. It's just, I just don't see this fight. Because Kenny doesn't have the knockout power like Ryan Garcia possessed, like that can blast out of nowhere. And Duarte wasn't landing a lot of shots, at least consecutive shots, let alone shots that looked like they were affecting Kenny. I mean, there was one shot that I got excited about that I thought that potentially maybe the ropes might have helped Kenny. But then again, Kenny, knowing that he's on the ropes, he might have probably slid on it and, you know, probably made it look like that way. Kind of do some rope-a-dope, you know, and maybe slipped a little bit. But Oscar Duarte versus Isaac Cruz. Cruz is too small for that shit. Cruz, Duarte is a good matchup, but we'll know what happened. A Chihuahua fights a pit bull. Damn. I mean, it'd be a good fight, man. It'd be fun. But Pitbull is small, man. But he wants to stay at 140, so he threw jabs to the body mostly. He stayed with the jab too much. That's what lost him, the judges. Yeah, those hooks to the body would have been able to change a little bit more. Duarte fought to win. Sims ran to survive. He did not run to survive. He was fighting Duarte Jose. He was fighting Duarte. Actually, matter of fact, every exchange was probably followed up from Kenny because if Duarte landed something, Kenny's going to try to fight it back and try to win that exchange back into his favor. So he did not run. That's not at all, bro. Not at all. He did not run. He boxed. Can't call it boxing running. He was intelligently moving throughout the fight, but he definitely was. He was not running. He sat down and fought with them a lot. Sims never ran in the fight. He did, however, stay on the damn ropes too much. I agree with that. Him being on the ropes was definitely probably the reason why he maybe also lost the fight. Being on the ropes too much kind of gives it an indication that Duarte was in somewhat in control of the pace of that moment. So Sims definitely didn't run. Real quick, I'm gonna have Evo stuff in the background while we talk about the fight. What do you guys want? You guys want me to put on Street Fighter? You guys want me to put on Tekken? There's 2 Street Fighter streams. I think that's like Blaze Blue, Grand Blue Fantasy. Yeah, I'm gonna put on I'll put on Street Fighter while we chat. So real quick, everyone, while I'm chatting with you guys about the fight, this is Evo Evolution Day 2. Pretty much it is the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. It's out in Vegas. It's pretty much like the Olympics of fighting games. Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken, you name it. Everything's there. Marvel. So it's not physically fighting, but it's still fighting. So that's why I'm doing a co-stream with Evo on it. But I'm going to have this in the background while we watch and talk about the fight. Sims definitely didn't win. Who won? Oscar Duarte won the fight. Pitbull has faster hands. You're right, though. I mean, Pitbull is relentless. He has a good chin. He has power. I mean, it would be a good fight. I just only assume because Pitbull is small that he will be at a disadvantage. But you make a good point. He does throw fast hands. And he has power. You know what I mean? He has power. Duarte would definitely give Russell a war in Golden Boy and Turkey. Turkish must not waste time making the fight. Sims definitely showed gamemanship, but he got a future. It just wasn't his night. So you thought Duarte won? I respect. I had it as a 6-6 with the swing rounds potentially being towards Duarte. You know, is it true Canelo's the underdog versus? Nah, no way, David. There's no way. Let me check. Canelo versus Crawford betting odds. There's no way that Crawford's the favorite for that fight. Yeah, Canelo's the favorite. Canelo's the favorite. Canelo's the favorite. What's what people saying Duarte's on PD? I mean, I'm assuming because they look at his physique, right? I'm not someone that is suited to even to speak on anything like that. But just talking about my own experience, I've actually had a pro trainer call me and they think potentially he could be on that stuff. So take it for what you want. I mean, that's his speculation. I'm not speculating. I'm not putting a coat on anyone that hasn't failed a drug test. But there's a lot of people that feel just by looking at him. So I just wouldn't know because I don't have the experience, let alone wouldn't do that because I feel like that's tarnishing. You know what I mean? Like, where's my proof? But a lot of people has been kind of assessing him in the chat. That's where it came from. Sims needed to hug every 20 seconds like Haney. He didn't really hug like that. The no hugging helped to make it. I didn't really think he hugged or he clinched like that. Am I missing something? Who won? Oscar Duarte won the fight. Cause punches look good on the ropes, whether they land or not. I mean, true, especially with the judges, right? If they don't see something, they might just score, especially if it was a close round. Because they don't watch it with a clear TV like we are right now. Okay, Pitbull is a natural 135 in my opinion. He might, yeah, I agree. Maybe even compete at 130. I actually talked to Pitbull about that, and you know, he says he feels fine at 140. Because I'm like, why don't you go back to 135? You know. Oh, sorry, he moved around a lot intelligently. Okay, I mean, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but if you're being sincere, yes, I think I think that's a better assessment than saying he ran. You think Evo will ever add a boxing game to the event? I don't think so. I don't think it fits that type of mode unless a boxing game caters to that. You know what I mean? Like, apparently the creator of... So, the first Street Fighter, like not Street Fighter 2, the first Street Fighter was made by the same person that made SNK games, right? He made, like, Fatal Fury. So, he's like the godfather of fighting games. He made Street Fighter 1. He made Fatal Fury, which was kind of like the rival. Apparently, he is partnering up with Turkey to make a boxing game. I don't see him making a boxing game. I see him potentially making an actual like fighting game. And with him making Street Fighter 1 and Fatal Fury and SNK games, I think that we might potentially see a boxing game in that type of form, but not like Undisputed or anything like that, unless it's a side tournament. Duarte had that very dangerous hood, so Kenny had to keep that right hand at home and kept him from throwing the right hand at will. Let me read that again. had that very dangerous hood. So Kenny had to keep that right hand at home. Oh, for sure, for sure. Especially in the southpaw, because that left hook from Duarte was serious. The no hugging helped make a good fight. Russell has more pop. Even Sims' weak hand stumbled Duarte, and they never played his uppercut left in the 11th, which was beautiful. Yeah, I gave Kenny Sims the 11th round, and then I can't remember what round, but Kenny actually caught Duarte with a good sneaky hook. Might have been a left hook. He caught him when he was in an orthodox stance, because Kenny was switching stances. He caught him with a left hook, and it might have hurt Duarte, to be honest with you. Okay, I heard someone said that, and I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it won't ever be Crawford being the favorite ever. It's just he's moving up 168. He's fighting Canelo. Like, not saying that Crawford can't win the fight. It's just I just can't imagine the betting odds going into Crawford's favor. Sims is a better version of Hitchens. I would like to think they have their own style, if that makes sense. You know, I don't think Hitchens really rumbles like the way that Kenny does. Like, Kenny likes to fight in the inside. So Duarte was more consistent with the body attack, and that's where Sims came up. Because whenever he hit Duarte the body, Duarte was not liking it. Yeah, it kind of like gave Sims the idea that he should go to the body, but I don't know if he was able to recognize like the damage he was doing, because if he probably knew it was affecting Duarte the way that we saw it, then maybe he would have probably pursued it more. But I just don't know why, outside the fact that maybe he didn't know it was actually as effective. Sims fought like a man. It was only 2 clinches the whole fight. Yeah, I didn't really understand the running aspects. He definitely boxed, and it was intelligent for him to box a pressure fighter like Duarte. I wouldn't just sit there all night. So no, I thought Sims fought intelligently, for the most part. Duarte was smothering his own stuff. Not even just kind of smothering, but he was lunging. You know what I mean? And he was throwing combinations that was getting blocked on the gloves as well. So even Hitchens has more pop than Sims. That's the only reason why he has any else. It's the level to his game, physical attributes. Yeah, I mean, if he had power, that fight would have been a completely different story. Like power like his peers. I was in the arena tonight, and it was an electric atmosphere. We need way more boxing. Oh, word? You were, oh, man. It was packed like that? Like it was rocking like that? From your eyes, from being the fight, who did you think won the fight and why? Just being at the arena. But Sims started mixing more to the body with the quick combos he showed against Duarte, and he'll be more to be reckoned with 40. For sure. Look. He almost got a draw tonight based off the fact that if he won the 12th round, tonight would have been a draw. But regardless, I thought it was a coin flip fight where Duarte was the favorite, but watching the fight, you know, I could see a case for both. But I'm not mad at the decision because I thought Duarte could have won 7-5 potentially. So hook, definitely. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie though, I kind of wish I was at Evo this year, man. Is there no sound in this stream? I went to Evo 3 times, man. Evo's such a fun event to go to. Commercial break.
Conditioning a little
Oh,
bit
there
of
we
that
go.
patience from the EX pillar. Even
There's
if we
some
send
sound.
the EX lariat on block, there we go. We've already covered so much space. Yep. And again,
But yeah, man, I think Kenny Sims has a good future with the 140. He can be an opponent for a lot of guys. I definitely don't think Regis Prograis beats him.
and even if it did, just a little
Kenny
bit of
fought
chip
the
damage,
smarter
that's
fight,
not
but it
gonna
is a
get
dangerous
that
game. Leaving in the hands of judges when you're not the more powerful fighter and you're landing the same amount. Yeah.
ultimate pillar.
Yeah, so it's just hard to compete with a fighter that clearly lands harder shots, and so sometimes his shots might equate more, you know.
Right there, that far medium is going to lead to so much damage. Looping the great fall. Go EX arrow. We have 100 available for Monarch as well. So you butterfly.
This is a
ultimate
losers
arrows are back
quarterfinal.
to
I haven't really played this game
far M as well. Monarch catching these jumps
Grand
up.
Blue Rising.
And the ultimate arrow seals the deal. Finally around on the board.
Huge right there for Monarch, and I think the crucial thing, as you mentioned, were the anti-airs, the far mediums, leading to so much.
Us.
Was getting away with a lot of jumps before.
What do you mean by that, Worm Big?
Here we go. Now that we're back in the mid-screen.
Yo, I'm kind of sick. I was supposed to go cover Tank Roach this month, man, but I'll probably need to contact the Roaches, man, to figure out a little bit what's going on with that situation. I'll probably call them this week. I have to call a lot of people this week. I have to call Keyshawn Davis. I gotta call the Roaches. You got to pick in the Canelo fight. So this is my thing about the Crawford Canelo fight, and like I'll be completely honest and transparent about the whole situation. Like my previous comment. Us. Oh, you were saying that was us. The Crawford Canelo fight, right? I'll be honest with you guys. I do kind of have a rooting interest because I've covered Crawford for a very long time. You know, I've been around him for quite some time. I built like a somewhat cool relationship. Like, not saying that Canelo's not a cool guy either. I just don't have a relationship like that. Like, I can't call Canelo. I can call Crawford. You know, I can FaceTime Crawford. I can, you know what I mean? Like, but not just that. It's like, I've been covering him for quite some time that naturally when reporters and people say like they don't have somewhat of a rooting interest here and there, they're a liar because they're fans just like us. Like, I'm a fan of the sport like that. So saying all of that, right? Of course, I would like to see Crawford win the fight because of everything what I'm saying, just like by the rapport that I built with them. But I think it's an uphill battle for Crawford. I think I have to naturally favor Canelo. I'm not saying that I don't think Crawford doesn't have a chance, and I think that he has a great chance of winning the fight. However, me just being a person who analyzes boxing for a very long time, and is just trying to keep it honest and not, you know, be biased in the way that I think about boxing because I have a rapport with a fighter. I think that Canelo should be the favorite, and I probably am going to favor Canelo going fight night. However, there's a lot of things that Crawford can do to win the fight, and if Crawford does win the fight, I wouldn't be surprised. However, he has to be very careful because Canelo is a lot slicker than what people remember. He's, yes, considered flat-footed and can't cut off the ring, and Crawford might use his lateral movement, but Canelo is very slick. He has a sneaky left hook that you don't know if it's going to be left to the body or left to the head. I think Canelo's going to really get up for this fight. He's going to train really hard, opposed to maybe some of the other fights. I really think that when it comes to fight night, Canelo's going to really try to pull out a lot of his tricks in this particular fight. And Crawford's going to have to be really on his A game because I have seen him spar guys at 168, like at the gym, and he definitely can hold his own, right? He could definitely hold his own. So I'm definitely not ruling out Bud by any chance because of the things that I've seen, what he can do in the gym. But, you know, he's dealing with the best 168 pounder. He's fighting at 168, and it's a fight, not sparring. You know, Crawford is a strong-ass guy, but, you know, Crawford can have that issue where sometimes he wants to get that lick back, you know what I mean? Instead of just kind of like boxing intelligently, sometimes he does like to fight. So it just makes me wonder. And even in his own words, he's told me in the past that when people asked him about the Canelo fight, he was like, are you crazy? Like, why would I go to 168? Maybe if it was at 154, but I'm not going to 168. Then to later change his mind. Not saying that people don't change their mind, because Canelo said, I'll never fight a Mexican. And he goes, fights Jaime Munguia. You know what I mean? Like, But it does make me like look at the situation, like what made you change from that to now, you know? You went to a couple of these fights and did you see something? Because he was at the Munguia fight, he was at the Charlo fight, he was at the Edgar Berlanga fight, and he was at this William Skull fight. So he's watching Canelo in real time up close, and he feels, which is different than being in the ring, but he feels like he can get this guy. So, and if you can see by size, you know, looks like kind of almost a bigger guy. Sims reminded me of the great legend who was quick but didn't have the power despite the only 76th Olympian not to win a pro title, and that's Howard Davis Jr. Damn, you just went deep. I don't even know if I even know that stat. Only 76th Olympian not to win a pro world title. Howard, who was on that team? The 76th Olympics. Is a rematch happening? Which rematch? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think Tank wants any part of Roach. I mean, I don't know. The Roaches, yeah, that's unconquered. Tell Roach he should go get a sponsor from Rain. Y'all crazy. I do need to get an interview with Roach. We were supposed to do something before he went off to go train in Florida for allegedly for the Tank fight, but as you can see, it has not been announced. Canelo's too rich and too many miles. Bud wins. I respect that, Ryan. I got Bud, but it's going to be a dog fight, one we haven't seen in a while. I mean, it could be a dog fight, or it could be a fight where Terrence fights intelligently and does not drag himself into a fight that he doesn't need to be in. He can use his boxing IQ and his intelligence to make it an easier fight than brawl with Canelo. Don't they get tested for that? Who get tested for it? I definitely agree with you on that. I was excited for the Tank rematch. Yeah, man, I was at the first fight, and I'll be a complete BSer to say that I thought the fight was going to actually play out like that. You know, a lot of fighters did tell me it was going to be competitive, but they all still said like, hey, Tank's going to find a way and get the win. People have been sleeping on Lamont Roach, and Shakur did say it was going to be 50-50, but you know, on paper, Tank was supposed to win, and he normally wins by KO. So even though all the fighters told me like it was going to be really competitive, I went into the idea watching it, seeing if they were right, but I just didn't know or think that Roach arguably was going to win the fight, which he did, you know, but it's a draw, and many people thought he won. Is he still alive? I think he's struggling with lung cancer a while back. You talking about Howard Davis Jr.? Something I like watching Howard Davis Jr. 135 title fights against Edwin Rosario and 10-8 because Davis had the title. Did he fought Edwin Rosario? Man, those Puerto Ricans and Mexican fighters back in the day was a beast, man. And Chavez was running through them. Or was it Chavez or was it Salvador Sanchez? Edwin Rosario. Let me make sure I'm not talking shit. Edwin Rosario. He fought Chavez, Hector Camacho. He didn't fight Salvador Sanchez. He fought Chavez. He fought Hector Camacho. He fought Jose Luis Ramirez. Yeah. Man, you don't see. He fought Frankie Randall, 47-6. Who else did Howard Davis Jr. fight? He fought Buddy McGirt. Got stopped in the first round. He fought Hector Camacho, Edwin Rosario. He fought Jim Watt. I think that was his first loss. You know, a lot of those fighters from back in the day, I had to do my research. Like, obviously, I'm 35, so I never really got to experience those type of fighters with, like, common knowledge. I had to really go into a research lab and kind of just binge watch all those fighters at a point and really try to understand their era to really understand, like, what made them good and who was some of the sleepers around them. Charo said the same thing. Logic favors Canelo. Yeah. My brain leans to Canelo. You know what I mean? As much as my honest story about me telling you, like, I've covered this guy for a long time. Like, you know, Terrence has been a cool guy to me, and I'll be a liar if I didn't have a rooting interest. But my brain says I think Canelo is the one that should win the fight. Yeah, Howard Davis Jr. Now them boys gonna scrap Bulldog for Bulldog. It's legit 2 alphas. It's gonna be a pleasure to observe. I would be surprised if they were duking it out. If they do, damn, dude, that's not good for Crawford. But we'll see. John Taint, Leonard, Mike, Leon. Oh, that's the 76 Olympic team. Okay. I just talked to Sugar Ray Leonard. I bumped into him in the gym recently. We talked, and it's funny because, like, Sugar Ray Leonard's such a little kid because, like, he'll drink. He's like in good shape for his age, but eat like a cookie and drink a Coca-Cola, and you can tell, like, he was so disciplined for so long that he's like, ooh, I'm being bad. But I was just always impressed with his fight with Tommy Hearns. Like, I was just talking to him about that, and I was just like, dude, that has to be my favorite fight of all time because the amount of adjustments that you guys both did was absurd. Where one was the aggressor, one was the boxer. Then the boxer turns to the aggressor, and the aggressor turns to the boxer. And he told me, like, the adjustments was understatements, but it's just crazy to go back and watch that fight and really not be in awe of how those two fighters were really like arguably one of the best two fighters on planet Earth, but fighting the way they did was just incredible. And then you got the you're blowing it kid, like, bro, that fight is so magical. Like, that has to be one of the best fights of all time. I taught Buddy McGregor everything he knows about boxing. Yo, you know what's crazy? When I was talking to Frank Martin about him having his new trainer, and now he's with Buddy McGirt. Like, it's crazy to try to think what will Frank Martin look like underneath Buddy McGirt tutelage. So, because that's his new trainer now. It's gonna be chess tit for tat. We'll see them thinking, reacting. Most importantly, refusing to give an inch or a quarter. Neither one of the men are thinking about going home with an L. Oh yeah, for sure. Canelo can't afford another loss, dude. He can't lose again like the way he lost to Floyd, man. He can't, you know. He's going to train hard. And Crawford doesn't know how to lose, you know. Like, Crawford is literally the kid that if you played a video game with him and he beats you one time, he'll get off the sticks and say, I'm better than you. I'll never have to play ever again. I'm better than you. Like, he's that type of petty. You know what I mean? So. Oh. It's 12:36. Man, I'm gonna have to get some food soon. Call it a wraps in a second, y'all. Man, I gotta wake up early tomorrow. My son, he'd be waking up like 5 or 6 in the morning now, so that only gives me a few hours to kind of get together. Be all beat up, but it was a fun night, you know. Sauer won't lose. He's gonna get beat. Damn. Look, I told you guys who I'm rooting for, you know. My rooting interest where it lies. But, you know, we'll see. Because if Crawford wins, man, he's the best fighter in this generation, post Floyd Pacquiao, without a question. So, Russell's not a good fight for Duarte. No, definitely not. It's gonna be Duarte's still got a lot of room to improve on, you know, fighting some of those guys. Dwight Mohan Kawhi, who gave Holyfield's toughest, yeah, he just passed away too recently, right? Rest in peace. Was a two-weight division at 171.90 when that was the cruiserweight limit just passed. Yeah, he did. Yeah, so sad. We lost Mike McCallum, Dwight Muhammad, Kawhi. Yeah, man, it's just a sad time. took the W and ran with it. Respect, bro. Canelo over Bud. Yeah, man, I think Canelo should be the favorite, you know. What do you think about the Jojo Diaz fight? You know, I would have been okay with a draw. I get the home court advantage, even though Jojo used to be a Golden Boy fighter. That 6'4" Regis. I think Jojo had a case to win that fight. I was just really upset about the 8-2 scorecard because it really just negated all the work that Jojo did. So what? Jojo only won round 1, which was obvious, and one other round. Get out of here. I think Regis really did put on really good work in the early rounds. I'm not going to take that away. I think and going into the 5th round, it was potentially 3-1 for Regis. So Regis was doing his thing. I could see Regis winning 4 rounds and Jojo winning 4 rounds too. So that 8-2 is insane, but I didn't have an actual scorecard, so I can't really. But it felt like Jojo had a case of winning the fight or being a draw. Yeah, you saw the draw. Yeah, so that's what I felt because I thought Jojo did really good the second half, and I thought Regis did really great the first half, which led it to be a very close fight. It was only a 10-round fight, and I can tell you, like, I for sure, even though I don't have it on paper, I felt like I definitely saw 4 rounds apiece, and at that point, you know, I'm 1 round or 2, taking 2 rounds from a draw. So I saw it kind of as a draw, you know, but the 8-2 was just a disservice of what Jojo Diaz was able to do, which was hurt the bigger man. I just didn't expect to see that. You know, Jojo hurt Regis, which was wild to see. At what I thought at this point of his career that he was completely finished. So, yeah, rest in peace, Big George Foreman. Yeah, I agree. So, but look, y'all, I think I'm going to head out of here. You know, I'm going to probably watch the remainder of Evo off camera. But tomorrow, if you guys are interested, and if you guys just want to talk boxing too, because I'll be talking boxing while watching Evo. They gave us the ability to co-stream their event over the weekend, which is cool because I've been trying to work into getting into the fighting game community a little bit because I'm a big diehard fighting game head. You know, I love Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, things like that. As you can see, I have one of my fight sticks, which is sponsored by Kwamba. Shout out to Kwamba. I have a video of me and Terrence Crawford dropping when we play Street Fighter and Tekken 8. And it's good, man. It's good. So I'll probably drop it after the Evo events. But tomorrow, if you guys want to just watch talk boxing, I'll be watching the grand finals of Street Fighter and Tekken and watch all the grand reveals. I'm gonna maybe try to like reach out to Shushu Carrington. Maybe it'll be a last minute thing, but he loves Tekken. We bonded over Evo. My girl got him a shirt when we went to Evo because he couldn't attend because I think he had to train for a fight. He's a big Tekken head, but if maybe he's down and maybe want to watch and commentate with me on Tekken. I don't know. You never know what surprises. You think Emiliano Vargas the next Mexican American superstar? I want to say for sure because like he's built to be that. I just don't know at the level of competition he's facing. It really doesn't really give me a true estimate of what he's capable of doing. So when they step up his competition, I'm able to really see how he's able to handle that. Then I can answer your question. But as markability, for sure. I mean, the kid is, you know, what they would say, like a good-looking kid that fits the mold, like the Oscar De La Hoya, Ryan Garcia. You know, he's the son of Fernando Vargas, so he already has the support and backing of that. He's having these knockout highlight reels against the opponents that, you know, a little suspect. But, you know, he's supposed to knock these guys out. That's where he's at in his career. And he has a marquee fight, which if Abdullah Mason's able to do what he's supposed to do, Emiliano Vargas and Abdullah Mason can be like the next Sugar Shane Mosley and Oscar De La Hoya fight later down that Top Rank can make in-house. And I think that would be huge. So I think Emiliano Vargas, he's good for boxing. He's well-spoken. He has charisma. He has the backing. He has the support. He has the dynasty behind him with Vargas. So I really think that he has a huge making to be one of those next Mexican-American superstars, as long as he can actually match his abilities against good opponents. So as a teenager, I used to, and I've seen him spar a lot at the Top Rank gym in Vegas. He spars some good guys, man. So I seen what he's capable of doing. I just need to see it on a pro level. As a teenager, I used to watch Mike McCallum train on a regular basis during his early prime. Really, like out in Detroit. Because I've seen him out in Vegas train like fighters like Devin and other guys. But that's pretty sick if you got to see him out in the Crunk gym. I'm tuning for Evo tomorrow. Bet. Yeah, if you want to come in, and I'll be here, man. I taught Capcom everything they know about Street Fighter. No cap, Mo Slim. Stop, bro. Stop. Awesome. I'll catch you next time on your live commentary in your next fight. We'll be covering. Have a good one, Ron. I appreciate it, Eric, man. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be live. It'll be a chill one. Be talking about video games, stuff like that. But I'll be down to open and talking about boxing. So I'm going to sign off. Appreciate you guys always supporting. Easy, chill stream. Nothing too crazy. This was definitely a hardcore stream for the hardcores. And really, there's not really a lot of fights this month that really has caught my eye. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's Moses and Raymond Ford. There's going to be some fights that are going to be happening. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to go live and pay pay-per-view premium for that card. I might catch the highlights. Just, I can't believe Moses and Dillian White's going to be pay-per-view in America. On America DAZN. That's, like, absurd. So, but, the end of the day, man, shout out to Oscar Duarte. He got the win today. Kenny Sims had a great performance. Just didn't go his way. Jojo Diaz did his thing. Didn't go his way. Regis Prograis needs to tighten up big time. Tristan Calcruz got the win tonight. So, very simple, easy win. I mean, not win, but easy night. So, I think it's because we've been spoiled lately with huge fights. Man, we were supposed to get Tank Roach this month. And then next month, we were going to get Crawford, Canelo. So, we were supposed to get spoiled back to back to back. And then we're getting ready for that Brian Norman and Devin Haney card coming up, too, with David Benavidez and Yard. So, I mean, with these cards, with these boxing cards that are no longer on major networks, like Top Rank doesn't have a major network. So, we have to see where that goes. PBC hasn't put on a lot of cards this year, so activity is mostly on DAZN, and we have less fights. So good live 100. Appreciate it, Ray. Also, if you guys, as always, want to just stay in touch with me when I'm not live, these are my socials right there. FightHype Ron G. You can find it on X. It's also my Instagram, but I don't really use it too much. So if you want to chat with me, message at me at any point. Right there, FightHype Ron G on X. I'll be more than happy to chat with you guys anytime offline. So, but you guys have a good one. You guys enjoy your Saturday. I don't know what coast you guys are. If you're on the West Coast, enjoy your night. If you're on the East Coast, good night. And I'll be here tomorrow around 1 o'clock Eastern time. I think 11 West Pacific. I'll be on all day tomorrow. So if you guys want to jump in tomorrow, just pop in anytime. Do you know who won Chop Chop fight tonight? He is from ESPN. You know what? Is that the Top Rank fighter? Because they had a Top Rank card tonight. They just didn't have a major network. So, I actually don't know. I know Gabe Rosado's fighting tonight. Let me check. I'll find out real quick, Ray, before I go. Robert. Let me see if I can get that information for you. Right. Let me see. It's Albert Gonzalez, right? Albert Gonzalez box, right? Yeah, it's 9:47 p.m. Los Angeles. Yeah. West Coast is always cool because you get so much downtime after a big fight. Like, you can actually enjoy your night. I don't know if this fight happened yet. I mean, I see the results of all the other cards, but I know it was on that boxing. Yes, ESPN let them find somebody else promotion. Yeah, because, you know, they don't have the networks no more, so they want to make sure their fighter is active. I don't know. I don't see it on BoxRec. It hasn't updated, so I would have to check on Twitter. Couldn't find the fight. It was on like boxing. It was like an app. I forgot what it was. It was some one of those apps. They would have charged. You have to pay $20 to watch it, which was the crazy part. Let me check on Twitter really quick, and I got you, and I'll go. Albert Gonzalez. Let's see what Twitter says. Albert Chopchen Gonzalez wins a shutout UD. Scores 3 judges, 190. So he won all 10 against both judges. Yeah, so he won. Yeah, he won tonight. He got the dub. Unanimous decision, pure shutout. All 3 judges saw it 10-0. So awesome. Perfect. All right, Ray. Appreciate you guys. Eric, Mo, Worm, Big Fit 56, The Shark. I'll be here tomorrow if you guys want to jump in. So you guys get some rest. Enjoy your day. Appreciate it as always. Congratulations, Oscar Duarte. Not mad at the decision, by the way. I know some people are mad. I'm not mad at the decision. But cool. You guys take care, man.